This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. An autopsy has confirmed that 6 people, among them a Murua Dikir Member of Parliament Johanna Ngeno, died from multiple injuries and severe burns following a helicopter crash in Nandi County on Saturday afternoon. Chief Government Pathologist Johnson Odur said the impact of the crash was so severe that the victims could not survive. He said the bodies had varying levels of injuries causing their deaths.
So in summary, there were 6 victims. One of them was the late MP, Jonah Ngeno, the pilot, and the other persons who are with him in the helicopter. And upon looking at the bodies had varying levels of injuries, which varied from head injuries, chest injuries, and spinal injuries. There are also varying levels of burns. Some were burns beyond more than others, but they were identifiable.
The Director of Public Prosecution has charged a man for killing his brother in Kakamega County. Denmark Abungana appeared before the High Court in Kakamega, where he was accused of murdering Silas Abungana at Masiakali village in February this year. Silas was a well-known footballer who played for Kakamega Homeboys. At the time of his death, the accused denied the charge before Justice Alice Bett. He will remain in custody until March 16, 2026, when the court will decide whether he will be released on bail. A section of Nairobi members of County Assembly has announced plans to impeach Governor Johnson Sakaja. The MCAs say they have collected enough signatures to table an impeachment motion. The move is being led by Deputy Minority Leader and South B MCA Wedera Chege, together with Babadogo MCA Godfrey Majiwa. Speaking to media yesterday, Wedera said they were ready to present the motion, but could not do so because the clerk of the County Assembly was not present.
Because our standing order says that the clerk must first receive the motion together with the particulars and a copy of the signatures, then go ahead and verify the same by calling each member to come and append their signatures against the original one. So we were ready to present both the motion and the particulars. The only problem we've had today is that after House business sitting, the clerk disappeared.
The State Department for Diaspora Affairs has repatriated nearly 300 bodies of Kenyans who died abroad over the past 2 years. Speaking before the National Assembly's Diaspora Affairs and Migrant Workers Committee, Principal Secretary Roslyn Njogu gave an update on a petition over the death of Jessica Zero in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Njogu said the Kenyan embassy in Riyadh has started the process of exhuming and repatriating Zero's body back to Kenya.
The contract is such that you are required to pay for the repatriation of your employee in case they die when they are in the service. Remember, I spoke about her having been employed in September 2022 for a period of 2 years, had finished that contract, had come home, was on a new contract. She cut short her new contract. She quit that job and walked away. And the terms of her contract are that when you have quit your job, then that employer no longer has an obligation to you because you have walked away.
And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generations, the people's breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The people's breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. How are you doing? This is Radio Generation. My name is Mungana Mbuvi. You're on the People's Breakfast. There's a methali I'm trying to give City here and I'm forgetting how it goes like. Wanasemanga hakunanga mkate mgumu mbele ya chai moto ama kitu kama hiyo. Openje Mluya ndiye anaweza jua. Unajua Waluya they have this relationship with tea and bread.
How do you know this?
Luyas. But
in your previous life you're a Luya.
We work with Luyas here, City. What do you mean? I have Luya friends. So Openje, just WhatsApp me that proverb. Kuna kitu inasemekananga mkate sijui ama ni biscuit. Hakunanga biscuit ngumu mbele ya chai. Something of the sort. You know like the way bread can really dry up, City.
Yes, it can. Na iwe ngumu.
Na iwe ngumu kabisa. Lakini mbele ya chai moto, my friend, that bread becomes so soft, yani huwezi amini. So that's my methali for you today. Good morning. Once I get the right sentence, I'll let you know.
Sawa Paul, good morning.
Mimi niko salama sana.
How are you doing?
Mimi niko hata siwezi complain. Slept well yesterday. Slept very early again. Woke up very early. Then stared at the wall for almost 4 minutes before I finally settled. Yeah. But nonetheless, I had a very good evening, very good day yesterday. Spent most of the day with my mother. She was here for Retrobox, wakapiga gumzo na Rania Abdi. It was an amazing show. Then tukatoka hapo tukaenda shughuli zetu sasa.
Good for you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. How was your day?
Good.
What did you do once you left here?
Went home. No, I went to the barber.
Yeah. Wait, you went to the what?
Barber. Nilipunguza ndevu.
Ebu nione. Alipunguza nini? Hizi vitu zinakaa tu kama jana tu.
I know it isn't visible to the naked eye, but nienda kwa baba.
But I'm lying. I can actually notice. Now that you've mentioned it. Before you mentioned it, I hadn't noticed. But now I can see.
That's the whole point.
There's a shape to everything.
That's the whole point. It was not supposed to be what Kenyans refer to as an obesity. Yeah, una trim tu kidogo.
Right.
Kwa mbali.
Yes. You know, every day I pass my barber and he looks at me like, unakuja leo?
No, that's what often happens. Even mine, Anna. He has this question of, so umekuja ngombe hapana.
You know, I actually don't enjoy going to the barber.
Why?
It's just one of those things. You go sit, then they pull your head one direction, another direction, they pull you up, down. Sijui angalia kando, inamisha.
No, you're going to the wrong one then.
Yeah.
Hey, Baba, you're going to the wrong one.
I have gone to very many barbers.
Hapana, you haven't. Believe me. The barbers we went to when we were young were the ones who actually slap your head.
Yes.
Okay.
Eh? Why have you been slapped?
No.
Oh, akikuadjust. Kiadjust position.
Hey!
Jamaa na kunyonga.
Yeah? And these zilikuwa hakuna.
Yes, makasi.
Si makasi.
I know the one
machine.
It's a machine, but it's a manual one.
Yes, a manual one. But there was nothing actually wrong with the haircut, really. It's just that it was the process.
Yeah.
Okay. And what we loved about those days was outside kulikuwa na mali, viatu inapigwa polish. Because umekuja na basi umekanyagwa.
Yes.
Umevaa vizuri kwa sababu kuna mali unaenda.
Right.
Sasa hapo viatu tangara, kichwa imengara kutoka hapo. Na nywele imepigwa brush, imelala chini vizuri. Kutoka hapo usawa.
Yeah. Maybe I remember my time going to the barber as a young child. Father used to take me, and then of course unanyolewa unapakwa maji hapo hivyo. The part I used to hate is the spirit. Your spirit ilikuwa inawekwa kwa
it stings.
Kwa cotton ule. You know, as a child when that thing stings, it still stings even as an adult, but now you can take it as a man.
You know you're threshold for pain in tofauti.
Anakuwekele vitu kana kuchoma lakini uko tupo. Wewe ni ndume.
Wewe ulienda, I think until I probably got to 6 or 7. Anyway, ilikuwa likatwa na mama.
Or your mother would do it.
Or even mostly my grandmother was visiting. My friend, your head had the most uneven haircut you've ever seen.
Right.
Right now it would be a designer haircut. Then it was not a designer haircut.
Yeah.
And everybody got their haircut.
Do you...
Mkipigwa picture from here upwards.
Munaka the same.
Boys, girls, mnaonekana do the same.
You don't even girls.
Everybody's hair got cut.
Oh my goodness, what a time. What a time.
So msiwe na shida ati kukome hair mkienda skuli. When you go to around 7 there, 6, 7, then they allowed your hair to grow.
Do you enjoy the massage? Are you given a massage at your barber shop?
They offer it, but
you decline.
Sometimes I decline because I tend to be in a hurry when I go to the barber. I've set a certain time.
Right.
But when I do not set the time, yes. But I also choose who does it.
Yes. Now, that thing used to be, imposed on me until I got to a point and I told them apana. Because my friend, ile massage unapewa, you get out of that place with a lot of back aches, neck aches because of the way they did it. Mara kuna jamaa anakushika.
No, it's called deep tissue.
Yeah. Unafinya uko na kandwa, my friend, unasikia ni kama
it's actually good for you. It helps increase circulation. Believe me. That's the painful thing. That's called deep tissue.
Unatoka huku unasikia huku hapa.
Yeah, but you actually are better. You may think you're feeling, but it's actually better. Hii kupapaswa
inasaidia.
You kukandwa is what actually helps. Yes.
Okay.
Kupapaswa just feel good. It doesn't actually help you. Kukandwa, blood circulation is improved.
I don't mind the whole washing, unaoshwa na shampoo kidogo kidogo, unaweka sijui conditioner, then kidogo kidogo sijui anakuweka sijui nini, then unapaka mafuta sijui gani, you get out of there smelling like
mimi mafuta sipakwe.
You don't like those things?
No, I do not. Okay. Spirit tumemalizana na hiyo.
Ni hivyo. Kuja. Bro, hata ka petroleum jelly tu kidogo?
No, staki.
Do at least tissues isikauke? You know you might get out of there ukauke ikuwe kama mkate nilikuwa nakwambia.
Right, when you look at me every day, do I look like I've dried up?
Not really.
Then you're drying up, ambao unasema ni gani?
Okay. Sasa ushasema. Today is the 4th day of March 2026, yeah? Let me tell you what is significant about this day. 1152, that is the year 1152. Frederick the First Barbarossa. Barbarossa. Who is this guy?
Si usome.
So anyway, in 1152, Frederick First Barbarossa became king of the Germans. And then in 1789, the US Constitution went into effect and the first Congress met. But this is something very interesting.
How many states were in the United States in 1790 what?
So, like, for example, in
1789
is when the Constitution took effect. Then in 1791, Vermont was admitted as the 14th U.S. state.
Precisely. Now so you've answered the question. They were 13 and now they're 14.
Yes.
And now they're how many?
Waliongeza kamoja. Right now they're what, 50?
I think so. Plus ile continent wa Hawaii.
Kuna pia Puerto Rico. Those ones are not counted as they're not counted as states. They're just territories. Yes, but yeah. Should we add Venezuela there now?
No.
Anyway, I was just joking about it.
I don't see it.
So that is what happened. Methali yetu ya Algeria inasema nini?
We are in the Republic of Algeria. Right. In 202 BC, Algeria was actually called Numidia.
Numidia
ilikuwa jina yake.
Okay.
And then it became part of the Ottoman Empire in around 1576. And it was then called the Regency of Algeria.
Okay.
So, when I mentioned yesterday that this is a country that has been at crossroads of many cultures and very many civilizations, I mean it. Romans walipitia hapo. Kuna watu walikuwa naitwa Vandals walipita hapo. Kuna Byzantine, Greeks, Turks. Sasa ukisikia Uturki, hapo ndio sasa Ottoman walikuja. All right. Let us look at the proverb. There is an excess of familiarity at the root of all hostility. There is an excess
of familiarity
at the root of all hostility.
There's an excess.
Si familiarity to excess. Ile familiarity ambayo imezidi.
Kuzoeana.
Imepita kipimo. That one naleta shida.
Yeah. Kwa hivyo ndio maana saa zingine mkizoeana na mtu sana,
usikiwa Kenya wanasema bana huyu jamaa amenizoea sana.
Kama dharau fulani kanaingia.
We understand it, and that's why I say banze wacha kunizoea sana. It means this is a person now who is bordering on taking you for granted. Yes.
Anakubeba malenge.
Yes, and he's taking you lightly. Exactly.
Unanibeba fala.
Sasa unaharibu jina malenge, sio?
But hiyo ndivyo wanasemanga. Unanibeba malenge.
Sikatai.
Kama venye watu
malenge wajua ni pumpkin.
Ndio sasa.
So unachukua mimi ni pumpkin.
Na unajua kuna watu wanaitanga wapenzi wao pumpkin. like you call your babe pumpkin. But anyway, that's besides the point.
Pumpkin.
Yes.
Na anakubali.
Hello pumpkin. Hi. Kama vile unapata watu waliharibu jina ya mbwa jike. Watu waliharibu majina mengi sana huko.
Ndivyo hivyo binadamu wanavyokuwa, sio?
Naam. But you're right. Kuna ka familiarity hapo kwa
ikiwa excess, si familiarity, ikiwa excess, mara nyingi hostility itatokea hapo kwa sababu pia kuna matarajio.
Yes sir.
If someone is somebody who you believe is very close to you, and in your estimate you treat them well,
yes,
the natural response is you expect that they will treat you the same way you treat them. It rarely works out that way.
True story. Thank you so much, City. Right, why don't we get into that website called radiogeneration.co.ke and see what's happening there. But as we do that, big shout out to John Mutua saying, good morning, my lovely TV show, Radio Generation. Movie, tell CT coffee must once things will be okay. Coffee is a must. Sawa. I am fully resumed to my duties to deal with what we are going through here in Qatar. John Mutua, stay safe. Marit amesema good morning kings and queens. Kanjo have declared war na hagglers wa Kitengela. All streets are clear to Koloktin. Okay. Marita ameniambia Mbuvi, hiyo message ya aftershave siku hizi I'm scared. I avoid it at all costs cause vile they move hands hadi kwa chest. It's like caressing. Uko ni wapi unaendanga my friend? But you can actually tell them what you want and what you don't want. So if you feel like they are violating your space, your body, you let them know.
Another privacy, brother.
Ukisikia ni kama wanakushika in a type of way na haupendelei, unamwambia tu kidogo madam hapo, umekuja sana.
Hapana, sikia mimi hivyo.
Mimi ni mtu wa wenyewe. Na kama ni mwanaume anakuguza na unamwambia bra, I am
tafadhali.
Do not make me start thinking of things that I shouldn't. There we go. All right. What's happening there as far as radiogeneration.co.ke is concerned? Forensic phase begins after Nandi helicopter crash evidence collection.
But this evidence has been interfered with.
How so? Because of the
crowds? Crowd, yes, but kuna watu walikuja hapo wakaanza kuchukua debris. Walikuja na tingatinga wana nini wana collect.
But si hao walikuwa authorized kuchukua hiyo debris?
No.
Hao watu walikuwa wanakuja scrap metal.
No. When you have an air accident, talk to anybody who's in the aviation industry. Collecting the debris, remember I told you there's a scatter pattern.
Yes.
Okay? You want that entire area, entirety. It'll take a minimum of 2 weeks for you to figure out what really happened. Because that's what the evidence is. The scatter pattern tells you what actually happens. So the moment someone started collecting bits and pieces,
you've
tampered
with the evidence.
That scene has been tampered with. Yes. So even now, if they start collecting, you're not really sure what actually happened. Yes.
Watajiju, my friend. Jusa tutafanya nini? Sisi tutafanya nini? Yeah, so they're saying the forensic phase has begun of this particular crash. Authorities have concluded on-site investigations at the Nandi crash location, where a youth aviation helicopter went down on Saturday, killing Emurua Dikir MP, Johanna Ngeno, and 5 others. The focus now moves from field collection to detailed technical and forensic examinations in Nairobi as investigators work to uncover the chain of events that led to the fatal accident.
That process doesn't take a day or two, it takes much longer. Yes. Much longer.
Yeah. A specialized team combining homicide detectives from the Directorate of Criminal Investigations and aviation experts meticulously sifted through the wreckage on Monday.
Aviation experts, they need to give us details of how many engineers were in that particular group. Okay? Because engineers understand these machines.
Yeah.
Kwa ufupi, DCI are important and they're necessary.
Yes.
But if you're dealing with aeronautical issues, there are people who understand that particular business. Yes. So just telling us they were there, you've told us, we've understood. But
next,
these experts, what do they comprise of? Because if you're going to report an issue and you want people to be informed, let us be informed that when you have an aviation accident, the sort of experts who come in are this and this and this. So we know that aviation experts, with every bit of information, with every tragedy, we gain information we didn't have.
Okay.
Because for instance, ukisema experts went to dig out graves in Shakahola. The experts went to Shakahola very, very different from the experts who will be on this scene.
Yeah.
Yes.
Court issues arrest orders for 20 in shillings 28 million SHA scam.
Hey, God Almighty. What has happened?
A fresh crackdown on alleged abuse of public health funds has seen the Director of Public Prosecutions obtain court authority to arrest 20 individuals and 8 health centers linked to a 20 million fraud at the Social Health Authority. Now, the move follows investigations into claims that the suspects manipulated the system through fake facility registrations and false medical claims. The warrants were granted after prosecution counsel Joyce Olajo moved to court informing the magistrate that the accused persons had failed to appear to take plea on charges earlier approved by the DPP. The prosecution maintained that the suspects had been notified but did not present themselves as required. So, 28 million watashikwa, suspects that is.
Si 28 million bwana.
What 28 million shillings.
Or what 28 million.
Yes, sijasema watu 28 million watashikwa. Nimesema watu 28 million shillings watashikwa. Wale wa 11 billion wako wapi?
Sio nzoli nyeti.
28 million sawa, nyinyi endeni mshikwe, mujitetee vilivyo, kama muko, kama hamuko then si hamuko. Lakini wale wa 11 billion my friend, hao ndio tunataka pia. Si small fish wao 28 alafu tunaacha wa 11 billion waendelee kuishi maisha ya kifahari na wale wa 28 million waende kuozea kule korokoroni. Hiyo kidogo itakuwa ni wagwan, itakuwa ni noma.
What do wagwan?
Yes, sir. Okay. Now, 22 charges loom over Sakaja as MCAs prepare motion. A group of Nairobi County Assembly members has announced plans to move for the removal of Governor Johnson Sakaja from office, claiming they have secured enough signatures to initiate an impeachment motion. The move is being led by Deputy Minority Leader in South B MCA Waithera Shege alongside Babadog MCA Godfrey Majiwa. Speaking to journalists on Tuesday, Waithera Shege confirmed that the members were ready to formally present the motion, but were unable to do so after the clerk failed to appear in the assembly. I want to thank the Nairobi MCAs for approving the proposed cooperation agreement between the Nairobi County government and the national government by a majority vote, Waithera said. Now, on the details of the motion, the Deputy Minority Leader said the document would only be made public once it is formally submitted. Wacha nikuulize swali moja CT.
Mbona wauliza moja tu? Sisi kama maswali mawili hivi.
Hii si mara ya kwanza kumekuwa na a motion against Governor Sakaja. It's not the first time they have attempted to impeach the governor. My question is, what usually happens in the middle?
Some people agree. Clearly, if they were attempting to impeach the governor and then they have stopped the process, the argument I would have is they've arrived at some understanding.
What understanding? You guys have been trying to impeach this guy. I think now this is like the 10th time.
Yes. So this is the 10th time they've arrived at an understanding.
What usually changes?
Ask what changes hands.
Exactly. Umefika hapo sasa. Hapo ndio nilikuwa nataka tuende. Is it possible that an MCA like Mungala Mbuvi can come and say, we want to impeach Governor CT? And then I go gather signatures and I come and I say, look, I have majority votes here. My friend unaenda nyumbani. I even go to the media and I tell them, you know what? This governor is not doing nothing. This guy has got to go. And then a few days or weeks later, we are called to State House or we are called to Chungwa House. And then we come back and then we say we have come to an agreement. But the way I'm talking, niko na toothpick kwa mdomo. We have come to an agreement that the governor can actually... You know, it's crazy.
Absolutely.
We live in a crazy country. Yeah.
Everybody wants to be rich. And everybody wants to be rich immediately.
Ama ni Governor City anaitanga movie anamwambia Buda ni nini? Unanisumbua sana.
Within that group of MCAs kuna ring leader. Ama marrying leader.
Ndio wanatumanga naambia ende mchafue.
Yes.
Bwana tuko na njaa.
Ama wataitwa tu tuambiwa iko namna gani?
Nini shida iko wapi?
Okay, inauma wapi?
Hii kelele mingi ni ya nini?
Na tuseme kwa mfano hii kelele kizimo 1 week.
What would it take?
Tunaongea namna gani? Okay, 2 weeks. Okay, 3 weeks. Okay, 1 month.
Let's say we forget it.
Okay, forget it. Tushaangalia, okay? Okay.
What would it take for us to forget?
Yeah, tuachane na kitu. Let's tusaidie wananchi. Okay? What do we do? Na discount?
Nikacheka kitu bana.
Wajua hiyo ni pesa.
They are jioni.
Yeah, tafadhali we are going to continue working.
Na unaona mko wengi.
Na pia utakuwa na shida nyingi. Si utakuja tu hapa kwangu nikusaidia na hizo shida.
Na sinajua baadhi pale kwa ward yako, is that thing about that primary school of yours?
Yes.
I'll sort it out.
Sawa, na kwanza usulilete ile shida yule cousin wako. Sema nini?
Aliandikwa kazi?
Kubali, si umlete kesho tuangalie vile tutaweza kumwingia.
Si ungeniambia kitambo sana.
Nani ataleta nini hapo? Muangalie something. Sawa.
Anaitwa nani? Anaitwa Edna. Yeah, kuna nani anakuja pale anaitwa Edna, msaidieni.
Tafadhali, na nisisikie, umesikia? Asaidike, si eti mambo irudi kwangu tena.
So basically what we are saying is that we have weaponized MCAs, or rather MCAs are weaponized.
Actually, it is a little, no, MCAs are not weaponized. MCAs have joined the fray. There's a free for all that is understood within political circles. That extortion is a tool of development. And the development we're referring to here is not the development that benefits the vast majority of the citizenry.
Yeah.
It's the development that empowers. It's an empowerment program for MCAs, for members of parliament, because each unit have their own development practice.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yes.
You hear the committee that deals with appropriations, blah, 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 blah. They have their own development projects and practices.
Yeah.
MCAs, they also are in committees. They also have their own development. The development exists. It's just that it doesn't exist for the citizenry. But it exists.
Hey.
How much do MCAs earn?
About 300K.
Right. You only need to look at their lifestyle to tell you that 300K is probably what they spend in a week.
Is what they spend in a week. Yeah.
So, and many of them aren't business people. So, how then do you justify?
But you know, as an MCA, MP, senator, governor, whatever it is, once you get into office and then now you start acquiring extra wives, mara side chicks, mara now you want to live you are living before you were living in Kibra, now you want to upgrade to Westlands.
Lavington is nearer.
Okay, Lavington. My friend, you're just attracting problems for yourself.
Well, yes, but that's development.
Yeah.
See, it's development. It's a 360 development.
Because what has changed such that before you were surviving on your boda guy, you were mkokoteni guy.
Yeah.
Ulikuwa unauza sukuma na nyanya.
Paul, come
then
on.
suddenly now tunakuita mheshimiwa.
Paul, that's the point.
Yeah. You are driving a Toyota, I mean, what is it called? Nissan Note. Now you want to drive, I don't know.
Nissan Patrol.
Nissan Patrol. Why are you doing this to yourself?
No, Paul, but why not? Why not? The ecosystem allows for it.
Yeah.
Yes.
You had one wife, probably one side chick. Now you even forget that side chick. You have multiple side chicks.
Let me ask the question I asked earlier on as a reference point. Where is the problem?
Where is the problem? Where we sent you to county assembly to work for us.
But that's what it's doing.
Not for you to acquire extra women
but when he acquires these people
and bigger vehicles.
Those people and their families benefit. So you cannot say that there's zero development. Paul.
So the side chicks and their families benefit.
Yes, Paul. It's division of labor and division of spoils. Everybody gets a piece of something, for heaven's sake. Go easy on the Waheshimiwa. Surely.
You were drinking, konyagi before. Now you want to take Macallan.
No.
12 years.
Bro, you know this thing about konyagi. You really must stop. Konyagi is a legal drink.
I know. It's actually legal.
And it's a nice drink.
I've not said it's a bad one.
Especially when you chill it.
What I'm Unajua natoka huko kwenu Shago, by the way. But what I'm trying to say is, you suddenly want this. You want to.
And why shouldn't you?
Overnight city.
You don't need to spell Macallan to be able to know it's called Macallan. No, and to drink it, you don't even need to know the spelling.
The one you were used to, Mzinga ni 500. Suddenly you want to upgrade to one that costs 25,000 shillings a bottle.
When the mheshimiwa drinks Macallan, unafikiria msao kuna chrome. Anajua chrome bado iko.
Unaona hizi ni mashida mheshimiwa wanajiletea.
Chrome ni wale mabrother ambao wana hang out na kila mahali. Wapone kila mtu apewe chrome tu pamoja moja.
Lakini akiingia kwa nyumba, it's Macallan. 12 years.
Bro, or the other one, Glenfiddich, or is it Fiddich?
Fiddich.
It is fine. Whether it is Mattel, VSOP,
or Singleton, it's okay.
Paul, don't rupture blood vessel over these matters, okay?
Yeah.
walk and take it in your stride.
But you see, that is why they get to a point whereby they start threatening our governors, like what they try to do with Governor Kivutha Kibwana, you know.
Kivutha Kibwana is not a good example. Kivutha Kibwana is what you call an exception to the rule. Kivutha Kibwana, everything you see about him, this man was actually positioned and focused on doing things for his people.
Right.
Okay?
Yes.
You must understand, you mention the name of the people because that's how you demonstrate you are for them. As for what you do, anything and everything, you mention wives, it is for the people.
Okay.
If you mention
multiple girlfriends, I'm doing this for my people.
it is for the people.
Okay.
See, those girls and women come from the people.
Yes.
As I told you,
Yeah.
you have enhanced your interaction with the people. Okay? If I'm drinking Macallan now, that is really Macallan.
Yes.
That is really for the people.
You are okay with Lupita, dark skinned, yani msichana kona charcoal.
Yes.
Suddenly now you want Nyawera. Very right. Sasa unabadilisha.
Bro, if someone has an expansion of color schemes in the people he relates to, wewe inakusumbua na nini?
Let me make it very clear. I have nothing against Nyawera.
Traffic.
But I have something against the traffic right now. In case you're currently stuck at the Junction Mall, it is because of that construction that is ongoing there. But you will move momentarily if you're just patient enough. Kilimani area, I can see you guys have got no complaints. On the main road that is Ngong Road, expect some traffic at the junctions. But beyond that, you guys are moving swiftly. Actually, I see absolutely no delays, not even seconds of delay. Dennis Pitt, mko sawa kabisa. State House, the president kama anataka kutoka huko atatoka vizuri tena sana, hana stress yoyote. Watu wanaingia CBD using Wayakiwe. You guys are moving quite well. Kule Jivaji Gardens, naona barabara ya Muranga Road mkielekea sasa into Thika Road. Iko sawa for now. Yeah, huku ni wapi? Wayakiwe yote actually very clean. But let's see Thika Road. Thika Road, now the problem starts at if you're coming into the CBD, that is, shida zenyu zinaanzia kule Garden City Mall. And I can assure you, as you're cruising down that road, you will get to Pangani there, and that is when you will realize that you did not know. Basically, it is bumper to bumper. But also when we move back up again towards Githurai Market, rather, all the way back to Kenyatta University, that is where the traffic starts. I didn't leave this place when I used to live on Thika Road.
How long ago was that?
We are talking about the early 2010s.
So how many years? 14 years ago?
7 years.
14 years ago, a lot happened, brother.
What? Ibarabari inakaa vibaya bana. There are times we used to take 10 minutes to get to town. Now it looks like you guys will take an hour plus.
You used to take 10 minutes. Now take again. How long do you think it used to take us?
Or new wakati wenu?
There's no traffic to speak of.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
None whatsoever.
Eastern Bypass looking absolutely good. What were Eastlands? We're talking about Kangundo Road kule. Hamna shida yote, lakini Airport North Road traffic imeshikamana hapo. Mombasa Road, you guys are good bwana. You guys are good. Nimesikia Thika Road mnajengewa expressway starting, is it September of this year? That would actually be a good thing, game changer. Even ndivyo wanaitanga, si ndio? Haya, sawa sawa. Mombasani mwambaji mwasema vipi huku? Unaona mko sawa kabisa, hamna shida ya trafiki, msongamano magari kidogo tu pale katika junctions kadha wa kadha. Kama pale naona junction ile ya barabara ya Biashara Street, Faza Road na Mwembe tayari huko kumeshikamana kidogo tu, lakini tukiongea juu ya delay maybe ya dakika moja. Mijikenda Street iko fiti sana kabisa. Mombasa kule Marshalling Yard naona mko sawa kabisa. Yani basically nikitafuta msongamano siupati hata kidogo, isipokuwa pale Sheikh Abdullah Road, hiyo peke yake ndio ina mshikamano, lakini kwingine kote kuko sawa. Ukiona chochote pale barabarani na unadhani tunafaa kujua, basi wajua venye utatupata.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
Let's check out the papers this morning, and we shall start with drum rolls as I open my digital paper. Let me see which one we shall start with. Right. Let us start with the front page of the Standard newspaper. They are saying, Mbadi, yes, I lied. So did Mbadi actually lie? Did he admit to lying? Let's read what he says. Treasury Cabinet Secretary John Mbadi swore the 5 trillion National Infrastructure Fund existed and told Parliament it was registered. He now admits the fund was never incorporated, not even its name was secured, as the High Court probes the phantom fund meant to mobilize more than Kenya's entire budget. Questions mount over who authorized it, who was misled, and whether constitutional safeguards were deliberately sidestepped. Yay. So this is what Mheshimiwa John Mbadi said in January of 17th, 2026.
On January of 17th.
17th of January. While in Kakamega. We have formed a company already to manage this fund. We want it managed professionally. We don't want a fund that will be managed at the National Treasury alone. Then, again, same John Mbadi says, I have since established that the entity has not been incorporated, with the only formal step taken toward its incorporation being the reservation of the proposed name National Infrastructure Fund on December 19th, 2025, which reservations has since lapsed. We hosted a gentleman here a couple of weeks ago called Arnold Maliba.
Yes.
He is the party leader of, I'm forgetting the name of his party. But this is what Arnold said about this whole National Infrastructure Fund. Said that this thing is one of the biggest scandals waiting to happen. He said that this is a scandal over what he called pesa ya campaign. Alisema hii National Infrastructure Fund ni fund ya kutafuta pesa za campaign. And initially when he said it, I didn't really, believe him. But I'm starting to see the signs that something is terribly wrong with this National Infrastructure
What
Fund.
exactly is wrong with the National Fund, Infrastructure Fund?
Hii kitu inaenda kulipuka bro.
Yes, but what is wrong with it?
Hii kitu ni kama kuna kitu hatuambiwi juu ya hiyo fund.
Paul, you've repeated the same thing.
Exactly. And it is because what I'm trying to say is that there is nothing we know about this National Infrastructure Fund, the constitution of this particular fund, who is going to be in charge of the fund, how that fund is going to be managed, who's going to collect it, and where it's going to be held.
That makes perfect sense. But these are the same stories we heard about the what is that money that was being given to people?
Nyota?
No.
Hustler?
Hustler.
Yes.
Nyota is structured.
Okay. Yes, you were saying something about the fund.
Yes, I was saying that there's a similarity with the Hustler Fund. Every statutory structure that is required before the fund is set up, and a clear understanding as to where the money is going to come from, that fund was touted as being operational before any of these things were set up. And that normally brings problems.
Yeah.
Forget the structure, forget the borrowing, forget the issues. It creates something that is very difficult to get rid of. It's called mistrust. Once you sow that seed, getting rid of that seed or recovering from that becomes truly tricky. Yes. The infrastructure fund is a good thing.
Yeah.
The idea is an excellent thing. But when you find that our debt repayment net of what it is that we collect as revenue, 80% of what we collect goes to paying debts, it becomes very, very tricky when you start talking about infrastructure fund, Chief.
Yeah.
And this is not me saying, no. This is the Exchequer saying, when they look at how it is we collect, we have increased the monies we collect by a significant percentage. But shilling by shilling, 80% of that money goes to repaying debts. So it remains 20%. So what do we do? The honest conversation, I think, eludes most of our politicians. Because the situation that we are in, we are paying, yes, but we are incurring more debt. So that partly we borrow to service debt. Partly we borrow so that we can. Servicing means, for instance, you hear that banks have made a 20% profit. We borrowed from the banks. That's local internal borrowing, and we are now paying interest. So what we've done is, the principal isn't touched, but we pay interest. Banks declare what? Dividends. Banks declare profits. Okay? The borrowing is going to continue for some time. the story about living within our means, how do you spread 20% of your revenue collection so that it meets all the budgetary requirements of the country? How do you do it? You actually can't. And then there's a question of when we budget, why do we budget 4 trillion when we know, for instance, we collect 3 trillion. Why?
Because we know we're going to borrow a trillion.
Precisely. Why must we borrow a trillion?
Because our budget is 4 trillion.
We don't have to have a 4 trillion budget. No.
Hasa kama recurring expenditures peke yake zinachukuanga hiyo 3 trillion.
Watu wanasongaga bro, unaanza unaishi hapa, mambo inaenda mbaya, unahama unaishi mahali pengine.
Na hata kwanza
and you're still alive.
Na hata 1 trillion nyingine tunakopanga, bado tunasema inenanga kulipa tu recurrent expenditures.
If only that's all it did, the debts would decrease. But you see, we are in this interesting situation in this country that you talk about debt repayment and our debts remain constant. The Uhuru government said they paid 5 trillion, isn't it?
Yes.
But we still owe 12 trillion. How? How?
Kuna mtu alituambia tujui kufanya hesabu ati hiyo inakwanga compound interest.
Let me explain to you. I am going to look at this thing as a layman for as long as I can.
Yes, sir.
It is the government's job to explain to us how, in the way they understand financing, how we in Kenya pay and our debt remains the same, and yet we are paying. Paying interest, I understand. When you say you borrowed in dollar and there's a yo-yo, but you see, we have had a problem with our lenders. Bwana, the shilling has been constant. We have not been bouncing up and down. So when we pay, there has to be a reduction. Unless all we're doing is paying interest and we pay nothing else. And then, bro, what do you need to do? Or how much do you need to pay a debt? Unalipa deni ya 1.3 trillion, hiyo ni deni unalipa, and then someone tells you it's interest. Mlibora pesa ngapi?
Sasa ndio inategemea pia who we borrowed from.
I understand completely. The issue of debt then becomes central to our conversation because it is this debt that puts us in this tricky situation we find ourselves in. We are borrowing so that we can pay.
Yes.
We pay and then we borrow again so that we can pay what we borrowed. Come on, man.
Is it possible for us to just one time to just stop all development projects, stop even new projects?
It's been done before.
And we just say, you know what? Let's just sort out the problems we have. Zile madeni tuko nazo, tuvumilie for like 2-3 years. Tulipe hizo deni. Ziishe kabisa.
Paul, you're talking about something weird actually happened in this country. That's what Kibaki did.
Yes.
Kibaki just said, you know what we're going to do, guys? We're not starting any new projects. Break.
Zenye ziko
Hebu tuangalie vile tunaweza kumaliza hizi.
Zenye ziko tumalizie kwanza.
Yes.
And then number 2, hizi madeni tulipe.
And you know what we got to? Tuna collect pesa revenue. We only borrowed 5% of what 5%. 95 ilikuwa ni yetu.
But unajua sasa shida ni moja city. If we do not borrow that money, those colossal sums that we see ourselves borrowing all over, our leaders will not have anything to steal. Or even if they steal whatever is there, it won't be enough. I mean, city, who wants to steal 50 million? Like, umekuwa in office for a whole 5 years and all you have stolen is 50 million. Surely, city. Pia we unafanya nini? Like, you go home and you tell your wife that, babe, we have worked so hard. Yani ile pesa ni maybe hapa ni 50 million. Your wife will look at you like you're an idiot.
Well, then you married a strange woman, isn't it? Who wants a thief and married a serious thief. So 50 million theft doesn't...
For them,
it doesn't register as a genuine committed theft.
Yeah, because the ones before you, they went home with billions. We are hearing of 11 billion from Shah alone. Do you how much money?
Not one person gets that money if we believe that story.
Of course. But, you know, people will be like, you ulikuwa kwa ile committee, ama ulikuwa kwa ile kamati, ama ulikuwa kwa ile organization ya health. Na last year unasikia, I mean, previous regime walitoka na 11 billion. Nyinyi nasikia it's only 28 million that is missing. Are you okay?
Paul,
the other ones had ghost schools, over 20 ghost schools. You guys, we've not even heard of a single ghost. Don't you know how to deal with the spiritual realm? Imagine someone will ask you that, your husband, your wife, probably your children, like mami shwali. Watoto wa ule former MP, bwana CDF iliwasaidia, wamejenga, wameenda, wamesomea Spain, wamesomea wapi? Mami, sisi umetupeleka hapa shwali Kenya, tunasomea USIU for real, mom? So there's a problem. If they do not borrow these Eurobonds we keep on hearing about, if they do not do deals with China, then there's nothing to be stolen, my friend.
That story is spoken of as though it's a continuum that will never come to an end, and yet it will. So long as you think you are safe and everybody pretends that you are doing well and yet you're a thief, it is okay. The day it becomes obvious to the whole world that you're a thief,
Yes.
even these children of yours will want to hide. Because those very people whom they learn with will not give them breathing space.
You remember there's a former governor who was actually arraigned in court together with his children and wife.
Yes.
Hey,
He had taken money and banked in the child's account. What sort of person is that? You've enjoined your children in theft.
Yes, you have messed their future.
Done. Done.
Now they can't have passports. They can't go to the US. They can't go to the UK.
Bro, let me tell you.
They can't go to Germany. That
is a scar that will follow those children throughout their lives. I think it's going to change your name.
Yes. But my argument here is, and I know I was just being facetious, but at the end,
Paul, you did an excellent job, because that is exactly how Kenyans view theft. They think it's a national sport. And they marvel why you're not participating in the sport and that you are the fool. I don't think it started yesterday.
Yeah.
No, it didn't. It didn't.
You know, there's this thing nani alisema juzi na watu wakamwingilia, of course, Juni Rigathi Gachagua, when he was talking about the northern districts and how the people in that area, their MPs, their MCAs, their governors are really not doing anything because of corruption, And of course, we will not ignore some uncomfortable truths about that area having been marginalized for a very long time.
Forever, Chief.
Exactly. But I have a buddy who actually told me that he hangs around.
He hangs out.
Yes, he hangs out with the children of those guys, and he told me, my friend, it has gotten to a point whereby they are out of ideas of how to wash this money. Like literally, like mtu anakuuliza bro, uko na project gani niweke pesa hapo, because I have literally tried everything. I am out of ideas.
Paul, it didn't start yesterday also.
This guy tells me, Annie, you deal with these guys, you're not talking about...
You know where the problem arose is this, huh? Why are you concerned about the speck in that other person's eye, not look at the log in your eye?
Yeah.
Are you telling me that the county you come from, all the monies that are...
People are clean there?
Yes, no. Are you telling us that all the monies that arrive in that county of yours go towards helping people? The answer is no. Was that not the county where we saw a billboard that was bigger than the building that they were supposed to have put up?
Yes.
So, what am I saying? That is hypocrisy, okay? The people who live in those places have tolerated the theft that their leaders have, if indeed there is theft. The consequences, they will bear the consequences, and it will haunt them. If they haven't realized it, they'll realize it. Part of the problem of being marginalized for so long, even very little prospects, very little progress is seen as huge.
Yeah.
Okay. But when you come from an area that wasn't neglected, your demands are at a completely different level. You're not whining about roads you have. You're not whining about water you have. You're not whining about schools you have. You're worried about this hospital, this level 4 is not good enough, needs to be level 6. Those are your concerns. When somebody's worrying about a level 2 hospital because they don't have it.
Yeah.
Paul.
Yes.
It is this theft that we keep speaking of public resources will come to an end.
I hope it does, City.
And it will come with such dire consequences. All these people who seem to be merrymaking, stealing and thinking they're doing okay. My friend, this isn't the first time these things have happened.
Because if a son of an MP can start asking, how do we launder some 50 million this month?
Paul, do you know how many stories of those abound right across this country?
This is not even the MP himself or herself. This is the child asking, bro, E50M to Teyosh. Because next month I will need to launder another 100. I do not know how we shall get rid of this 50 so we can get into this other 100, because if I don't do this 50 next month, I'll have nitakuwa na stress ya 150, and the month before that nitakuwa na stress ya 250, and then after that I shall have a stress of 500. I can't deal with that. So I need to get rid of this 50, or at least I need to clean this 50 before next month, where I need to clean 150.
We normalized what we call this national pastime, and we've gone and sat on our consciences. So wrong has become right. Theft is right so long as you're not caught. So, Paul, as far as I'm concerned, those who wish to delve in theft and think it is a good thing, endeleeni tu.
Daily Nation front page, storm over Linda Mwananchi party. They're saying it's a twist. A plot to transform Linda Mwananchi, a campaign slogan coined by perceived ODM rebels, into a party has sparked a bitter row between rival Orange factions on the real sponsors of the initiative. Is it the rebels' fallback plan, a hostile takeover by rivals, or a business venture for political brokers? But a point of correction before I continue. Tanya Wanjiku tells me that MCAs earn 168,000, something of the sort. 100 and something. 164,000. But anyway, so there's a storm over Linda Wananchi. So Linda Ground wanasema they should declare the intention, since their rallies have abandoned ODM colors. They should come out clear on their real intentions in light of this application to form a new political party. Alafu Linda Mwananchi wanasema hivi, this movement is bigger than a name. They've taken the letter of the law, but the spirit of the law is still with the people. The movement is not in the name. Okay.
The Star headline,
right,
bang in the middle of the paper, ODM mulls reconciling with Sifuna Babu camp. I asked you that question 2 weeks ago.
Yes.
Said,
wakirudiana.
Sasa utasema exactly. You know, one must look at all possibilities.
It's like when a couple is fighting, so this person and this other person, they're fighting, then of course you take one side and you tell this man, wachana na udem unajua kwanza anatembea yangu kuna wanaume wengi, si wife material. Then 2 weeks later they come together and then you're left there looking like an idiot.
No, you will be an idiot.
Yes. So if Linda Mwananchi and Linda Ground come together, kuna jamaa anaitwa King Kaka alisema sisi ndio wajinga. Anyway, continue. You are reading something.
Well, I've actually read it, because as far as I'm concerned, there's a likelihood that they will come together, and then what will we say? Because tumesema zetu.
Yeah.
Look, the thing that you can guarantee yourself with is that the politician knows what is in their best interest.
True story.
And when they're pursuing Linda Ground, Linda Wananchi, Linda Minguni,
you can rest assured
they're looking after their interests.
You are not there.
No. And if they're interested in working together, they will work together.
Na wewe kama mwananchi, ama wewe kama mwenye ground, ama wewe aliye kwa ground, my friend, uko solo. Uko solo.
The Standard calls Mbadi Mr. Lies. Okay?
Yeah.
You know, an infrastructure fund is actually an investment vehicle. The government, as usual, doesn't bother to explain what an infrastructure fund is.
Yes.
They leave it to you to guess. And so we talk ourselves around into a complete twist, trying to say, infrastructure mbaya.
Mbaya.
Infrastructure funds are good things. Stop telling us that we are going to get money from taxes. No. Audit all, audit all the mineral resources we have in the country.
Yes.
Let the country know what wealth we have.
Right.
And let the experts tell us the estimate of that value. And tell us what portion of that value will be used locally, domestically, and the rest will be put into this fund. That's what I want to hear. Taxes? No. No. Absolutely no.
No. Sounds sweetie. Sir?
We have mineral wealth. It's being exploited and it's all hush. This is the property of the citizens of Kenya. That is the money that should go into the infrastructure fund. That is the money that should go into what? The sovereign fund. Here.
That is why it is called sovereign. It belongs to the sovereign.
That's where the money should go.
And in this country, we are the sovereign.
Not tax. Not tax. No. And a big no. Let me underline it and circle it in red. No. We would like an audit of our mineral wealth, please. And we would like to know what our mineral wealth is worth. And we would like to know what portion of it is going to go into this infrastructure fund and what is also going to go into the what? Into the sovereign fund. When you want to collect money for infrastructure, you don't build boots. I've heard some people sit down to build boots. That is not even a Stone Age thought.
Yeah.
That is pre-Stone Age. It's prehistoric. Kenya moved from thinking that way and got into understanding something called a fuel levy. The fuel levy came after we had built booths for collecting money on highways. Booths are an avenue for theft. When you boost a certain tax and you place that tax within something that everybody in this country consumes, you are guaranteed you will get that money. There's no ifs and buts.
Yeah.
There's no leakage. Fuel was the best because everybody consumes fuel. But all these things, there has to be clarity. We are collecting this so that we can create this infrastructure. Once we have this infrastructure will do A, B, C, D. Once it does A, B, C, D, we will not need Adani to build our airport. We will be in a position to build the airport ourselves. We'll just get people who can construct and we'll find a way of paying them.
Yeah.
It is how these things are done. Yes. But when you mix these old methods that we've used since 19 God knows what with this one, then unfortunately, and then the explanation as to why we're doing it isn't clear. All you're doing is enhancing the mistrust. And so everything that the government seeks to do will be fought, will be criticized, because the government hasn't bothered to explain what it is that they're actually doing and the outcome of these decisions.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Come on. What are kitu nataka kunisumbua? I was just looking at I'm going to beat this thing. Okay. So, I was looking at this other headline on the Daily Nation. 8 learners have died in schools this term. 8 is a huge number. According to the Elimu Board Working Group, they have raised the alarm over safety of students in schools, noting that at least 8 learners have died since the institutions reopened in January. Now, you can read that entire story on page 10, but no, we shouldn't be talking about children dying. We shouldn't be talking about anyone dying, but specifically in schools, children, where they're supposed to be safe, healthy, no. Oil gas prices rise as Iran war disrupts shipping. In Saudi Arabia, they hit several, what are they called? Gas processing and oil processing plants. There's one specific one that is trading with Kenya, and wana nini economics wanasema ya kwamba it will affect fuel prices probably as soon as even next week. Sababu tunafanya kazi na hawa watu, we buy fuel from them directly. And now we might need to renegotiate with someone else because those wells have been hit.
What's very strange about this country, people who can come up with a G2G arrangement on pricing of oil, do you know the genius is? It's given on credit. Oil usually you pay cash, yani unapewa unalipa.
Yeah.
And it drains your foreign exchange reserves. But with this one, the foreign exchange reserve is not drained. You have time to collect, you have time to pay. Everything about it gives you time. It's one of the reasons why the shilling stabilized as much as it did. We're not depleting it in a hurry. Now, when you can come up with such a deal, again, they didn't explain it. It's being explained after the fact, long after the fact. Why doesn't the government take the time to just explain these things that they're doing? Just let people know what it is.
Can I tell you what else the government has done?
Yes.
NSSF sold fake land to Teachers Sacco, why workers will lose twice. A fraudulent land deal will see workers who have saved money with the National Social Security Fund lose millions of shillings. NSSF bought the land illegally and sold it to the Sacco. A court has revoked the deal and ordered NSSF to refund that cash. Welcome to Kenya. In case you're wondering where you are, that's exactly where you are. We're taking a break. When we come back, of course, we shall get into a deeper conversation. Next, we are hosting someone. He's actually been here before. Waza akishafika hivi nitawaambia yeye ni nani na ni nini ambacho tutakuwa tunazungumzia, lakini kwa sasa here's the news.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. A Mombasa court has heard a plea for leniency from one of the suspects in the deadly Shakahola massacre. Enos Amanya, also known as Hallelujah, admitted to charges related to the deaths of 429 people. He's facing trial alongside controversial preacher Paul Nthenge Mackenzie and others. Amanya asked the court for a lighter sentence and expressed regret for his actions.
Nihukumiwe duniani tena nipate hukumu mbinguni baada ya kufa. Niliamua kukubali kama umeamua hivyo basi nikakusamehe. Nikaona basi mapenzi ya Yesu yatendeke kwamba nimebaki peke yangu. Niishi Yesu aniamulie vile nitakavyoishi maisha mapya. Maana nimepoteza yote, lazima nikubali bila kurudisha ubaya kwa ubaya. Kwa hivyo mke wangu nisamehe kwa lolote nilikosea, kwa chochote nilifanya kiofu kwako, lakini lengo langu lilikuwa tuishi maisha ya kumtii Yesu.
You're being warned that the ongoing heavy rains across the country are set to continue and intensify over the coming week, putting some areas at risk of flooding and other weather-related hazards. The Kenya Meteorological Department says rainfall exceeding 20 millimeters in 24 hours has already been recorded in several counties and is expected to continue through 9th of March 2026. The rains are likely to intensify and peak between today and 7th of March before easing in most areas by March 8th. Deputy President Kithure Kindiki says the government will stay focused on delivering development across the country. Speaking in Taita Taveta County, he accused some leaders of using tribal politics to divide Kenyans for personal gain. Kindiki said the Kenya Kwanza government is rolling out projects in every part of the country, making sure all citizens benefit, no matter their tribe, religion or region.
Serikali ni moja na inatumikia watu wote bila ubaguzi. Ni kweli si kweli? Ni kweli si kweli? Wanasiasa wengi wameona vijana kama vyombo vya kuwafanyia siasa. They see young people. They see them as bloggers, hecklers, goons, watu wa kwenda kufanya kazi yao ya siasa. Sisi kama Kenya Kwanza UDA tukiongozwa na William Ruto, tunaona vijana kama rasilimali ya taifa. Tunajaribu kuwapatia pesa ya nyota wafanye biashara.
The Senate is stepping up enforcement against county governors who failed to appear before the Public Accounts Committee, threatening fines and arrest for continued defiance. The move comes after several governors on Monday ignored committee's invitations, prompting senators to warn that vague excuses will no longer be accepted. Kisii Governor Simba Arati requested a postponement, saying he was out of the country and asking for a hearing at the end of March. The UN Human Rights Chief Volker Turk says he's deeply shocked by the impact of the fighting in the Middle East on civilians and their homes. He says international law protects civilians and all sides in the conflict must follow these rules. Turk is calling on everyone to avoid further escalation, protect people and important infrastructure, and return to talks to stop the violence.
UN Human Rights Chief Volker Turk says he is deeply shocked by the impacts of the widespread hostilities on civilians and civilian infrastructure since the conflict erupted on Saturday with Israel and the United States of America's attacks on Iran. Iran's response against states across the region, as well as Hezbollah's subsequent entry into the conflict. The situation is worsening and widening by the hour, playing out our worst fears. In the single deadliest and devastating incident, dozens of girls were reportedly killed and injured when their primary school in Minab, in the south of the country, was struck during the school day.
And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Yes, indeed. Welcome back. It is 5.5 minutes past 7 o'clock. How are you doing? Big shout out to Ignatius Openja ameniambia ile methali sitini nilikuwa nakwambia asubuhi. Hakuna mkate mgumu mbele ya chai. Hakuna mkate mgumu mbele ya chai. Then he has added another one. Now this one I think is a Luya special and it goes like this. Hakuna ugali mbaya mbele ya supu.
Okay.
Ukali ni ukali, ikuja in what shape or form. Na kama kuna shida tunaikamata tunaitafuna ikiwa tu namna hiyo. According to Openje. Shout out to Waluya. Then there are some folks who've also texted on here we go. Douglas Kibogong amesema good morning folks. Is there a way to get your studio through? Okay, nimeona hapo Edna amemjibu. Wangeshi Kimani amesema it's actually the serious problem of borrowing from Peter to pay Paul. This is on the issue of venye tulikuwa tunaongea juu ya pesa inayokopwa huku nchini. And then the real SC says good morning to you all. It's 9:45 p.m. here in Minnesota. Weather is getting better. It's currently 1.6 degrees Celsius and snow is starting to melt. So now after winter inakuanga spring. So they're now getting into spring. All right, so this is the Real SC at Kyokula, Minnesota. Santan of the Real SC. My take atasema, when you part ways with a narcissist, the worst mistake you can make is a rebound relationship. Narcissist can guilt trip you, ufikirie ama mimi ndio mbaya. Woe unto you if you fall in ODM. Be careful. Hello, Team RG, doing good from Chigali. That is Michael Orande. Michael, thank you so much for tuning in. But on that issue of Linda Mwananchi, Linda Ground, nilikuwa nishaenda kwa Linda Mama. If Kenyans do not wake up and smell the coffee, mapema.
This coffee is what exactly?
That politicians wanajifikirianga. Na siongei specifically juu ya Sifuna ama Babowino ama Gladys Wanga.
That's a general rule.
Wote. Tunaongea juu ya Kalonzo, Oburu, tunaongea juu ya wanito nani? Sakaja, wote. Hata hao MCAs wenye wanalipo 164,000. Wote. So wacha tutajua when the time is right. When the time is ripe, rather. And I hope Kenyans will wake up and see for themselves. I've seen people actually blaming millennials for a very long time. Gen Zs, to be specific, blaming millennials. They're saying that we are part of that complacent team. Sisi sasa, and then Rudi sasa kwa Gen Xers, boomers,
so
water.
wow, they're not complacent themselves.
They're not.
Why? How do they demonstrate this non-complacency?
By actually demonstrating in the streets.
That one time?
Yeah, not one time. Several times, but yes. And then also social media, putting leaders in coffins.
It was that one time. They demonstrated in 2024. They demonstrated in 2025.
All right.
Okay?
Yes.
They are not the first people to demonstrate in this country.
But niko na swali pia.
Uliza.
It is in this period we have seen so many revolutions. We're talking about the Bangladesh one. We're talking about the Nepal one. We're talking about here in Kenya. Talking about Tanzania.
There was no revolution here. People were demonstrating.
But you get what I mean, right?
People keep referring to it as a revolution. It was not.
But you get what I mean, right?
Yes.
Your kelele, your pricing. Mpaka CNN wakakuja hapa. Larry Madowo ambaye ni Mkenya alikuja hapa kama foreigner kudocument.
Do you know why they documented it?
Because it was the first of its kind.
In very many ways, it was peaceful. It gathered very, very many young people. The general populace supported it. Shops were not closed. If anything, people were buying water and offering it to the demonstrators.
Right.
It was gathering momentum, meaning it was a movement that met the approval ratings of many, many wananchi. People liked what they were hearing. They liked what was happening. They said, these citizens have the right idea. Yes, it was unique in every sense of the word, and that is where it derived its power from. Yes. But there's always has to be a plan for what next.
CNN wakakuja, BBC, Deutsche Welle,
hata UN walikuja brother,
France 24 walikuja kuangalia hii kitu wa Kenya wanafanya, like what the hell. But you see, now getting back to why millennials are being blamed. Millennials are being blamed because it is said that we have joined you, the folks that came before us, in just relaxing and waiting for things to happen. But what I will look at it as this. First of all, not all millennials are like that. I think it's not fair to say that millennials walikuwa mechill. I actually think majority of the folks that actually joined people in the streets were also millennials. But here's the point.
There are very many millennials who joined that protest.
Exactly. Watu wamekuwa lethargic city. People are tired. And sometimes there's this thing we call self-preservation, whereby unasema, wacha sasa tu nitulie mimi nijipange kivyangu, because clearly on a global scale, ama on that wide scale, the Kenyan scale, nothing much is being done. So uona keti unajipanga kivyako. As long as you, your wife and your children are taken care of, then everything else can, be damned.
They are right to blame you if that's your thinking.
I'm saying some people, that is their thinking.
I see.
Yes.
And then the Gen Z you refer to are right to blame you. Because being an active citizen has to come with a cost. Okay? They did their bit as best as they could understand. One doesn't see of Gen Zs, one doesn't hear of them now. I am of the view that they are yet to be a proven force. But I'm also of the view that they have not disappeared. No. I think they've learned some very, very fundamental, painful lessons, and they are responding with the lessons they learned in mind.
Yeah.
I do not think they've gone away. No, I don't think so.
I hope we shall see them in August next year voting.
I am certain we will see them. I am certain we will see them.
In large numbers. Not
that I don't know.
Not that in one line we say, kuna Gen Z moja pale, okay, good job. No. Like, I want to see them in droves.
Before we understood this concept of Gen Zs, the lot that were in this position was your lot, you millennials. But just so that you understand it, my lot didn't do very much either.
That's why we were told that millennials to join.
Yes. We were very young in 1992, much younger than we are now. Okay? Because that's like 20 years ago.
19 what? 82?
92.
92? Bro, that's some 30 years ago.
Yes, I was being kind.
Okay.
That's when all these second liberation movements began and so forth. We were young. We were in your generation gap grouping. Some people in that age bracket died, some were jailed, some disappeared. All these things. You hear names of people like Adongosi. They disappeared. Some left the country, eventually came back. Some sued the government, some were paid, some were not. But what you're right about, this movement thing, people get tired. People get fatigued. They figure, hey,
Buana,
why don't I just be like everybody else and keep quiet?
And
just do my own thing and stop worrying. People get to that point because they are fatigued. They are honestly fatigued. But sometimes with the fatigue, you need to rest so that you can rejuvenate. Blaming doesn't help. If you have a cause that makes sense and you think you can bring out the best for many people, then sell the idea.
There's a time even Boniface Mwangi, who is a millennial, alifika mali akachoka. I don't know if you remember.
Unachoka.
I don't know if you remember, there's a time he said, I have quit, I am done, guys.
I spoke to him during that period of time. I think he was going to a small depression. Because you do all this and you wonder, what is this all for?
His house is allegedly being bombed. He's been followed. People are coming to his house at night.
No, you have to ask, what am I doing all these things for exactly?
Hey, unakuwa arrested left, right and center. Like your businesses zinasimamishwa, you can't do nothing. Your wife can't do nothing. Your children can't go to school. And if you think about it critically, you can, there are some things you can handle. You can handle being beaten, you can handle being insulted, you can even handle being spit on. But now when other people are being affected, even your wife is like, hey babe, sasa okay.
Mageuzi si mbaya, lakini mazee, we're not going anywhere.
Atuna do, I need kwenda salon, babe. Like I need to go have my hair fixed. I need new clothes. I need new innerwear. I need my parents have needs. I need to take care of them. Probably they are sick. I don't know. This is just an assumption. But there are certain needs that there are people who depend on you, and they ask you, hey, bana. There are people who care about you. Every time you're leaving, your children are like, Daddy, are you coming back home? Because the last time you went out, you went silent for 3 days. We didn't know where you were. Look at what happened to him in Tanzania. You want to tell me, kuna mali nafikanga unasema Buddha, it's never that serious. People will insult you for sure because they do not know what you've gone through.
Yeah, but those who insult you haven't gone through what you've gone through.
They forget that at one point you were there with them on the ground.
Actually, you are there more than many other people.
Yes. If some of these activists tell you how they missed a bullet by literally centimeters, like bro, uyo kara alikuwa ameni aim hivi, ni kuhata alihata. And when you think about it in that way, my friend, unaelewa. I don't know who came here and he said, for example, the Luo community, because of this constant tear gassing and the number of people that have been lost from that community. Na akasema, is it really bad if Luos just sit back and say, you know what, it's our time to eat? And if you actually sit down and you sift through the noise and you think about it, and unasema, okay, fine. And yeah, now that Raila alijoin gava, ikakuwa broad-based government, I might not agree with it, yes, but now these guys are no longer dying as they used to.
But why must there be a conclusion beyond all that? Now it's our turn to eat. Why shouldn't we let it be our turn to hold our leaders to account so that they can ensure that the suffering that we've gone through was not in vain?
Exactly.
All that brought about devolution. Devolution guarantees that every region of this country has money. The complaints can't be the same complaints before devolution. They honestly can't.
Yeah.
Because if something is going wrong, it is our people who are wrong, who are actually doing wrong to us.
We can't keep on doing the same thing. We can't continue doing the same thing over and over and expect different results. Yeah, that is something that has been said over and over in different, languages. And you're right. We cannot, after every election, nenda maandamano. After every election, kwa mfano, we are having petitions. After every, it's okay because it's within our constitutional right, but a strategy has got to change at one point. At one point, strategy has got to change.
Because you've been doing it and the results have been the same. So, what do you want to achieve?
Yeah.
This method has not worked. Let's look for another method.
And that's why I like what the United Opposition has been saying, and we've been hearing it through Martha Karua. We've had it now through, of course, Kalonzo Musyoka. They say that on election day, some things have got to change. For example, people will need to allow people with phones into the polling stations. They've been telling people, please guard the vote, something that has never been said before. Guard the vote, whatever that means. Tunajua tu Martha Karua alisema, for example, just ensure that you are there when it's been counted.
Do you know they needed to have demonstrated this during these by-elections?
Easy, mepita easy. But do you think they had strong enough candidates in those areas to guard that vote?
What I'm trying to say is this.
Unajua unagardingi pia kitu unajua uko nayo city.
I agree, but hiyo ni makosa nani?
Utaenda kuguard mbuzi za wenyewe, unagardingi mbuzi zako.
Okay, ni makosa nani hiyo?
Si ni makosa yao, of course.
Mko mashindano.
But ni makosa city, ni makosa.
Yes, ni makosa.
Ni makosa kwa nini?
Ni makosa kwa sababu.
Right.
You are talking about something you need to do. People understand it when it's demonstrated. Okay? You say, by election, my friend, nyinyi United Opposition, mko wengi. Okay? There's one candidate. You are telling me that you couldn't marshal whatever resources you have for this one candidate in this place. 3 candidates in total. You couldn't, to show what this guarding the vote means. You're telling me they couldn't. Well, if you couldn't, then why are you telling us you want to have power to rule? In a by-election, you cannot guard those votes. So when are you going to guard those votes?
To be honest, I don't think they had. Maybe zile za Mbere na wapi kwingine zile zilifanyika before hizo nyezi zilikuanga hapa.
Bwana, hii United Opposition wako kila mahali. There's a united opposition in the western part of the country. There's a united opposition
However,
in Isiolo. There's a united opposition.
Have you had any noise about the recent by-elections last week?
I haven't.
Exactly.
But if you're seeking to demonstrate what you're saying, then a by-election is a perfect time for you to demonstrate it.
I don't even think they had votes in those areas to begin with. I think it was Fred Okango who told us that, look, at the end of the day, that area was yellow. By yellow meaning it was going to vote UDA.
But that is a show of might, because these people are better prepared. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Exactly.
You are ill prepared.
And because the united opposition was ill prepared, they didn't see the need to gather a vote that they knew they didn't have anyway.
And they should stop talking about things they're not going to do, for heaven's sake. This same president has been blamed for saying things that it is said he has not done. And then,
to be honest, I don't think they cared about it. Was Isiolo South, I honestly don't think they cared about Isiolo South. Ile ya Embu hata hao walikuwa wanajua hiyo kitu imeenda.
Kakamega
huko Evurore hata hiyo walikuwa wanajua imeenda.
You know that the opposition candidate there made a very good showing. So
that is why hatujasikia watu wa DCP wakisema Isiolo South kulibiwa, ama Evurore kulibiwa, ama ile nyingine ya Shakalahala kulibiwa. Hatujasikia kwa sababu hata wao wanajua hizo areas. But if we had by-elections perhaps somewhere in Gatodo South, maybe.
As far as I'm concerned, those are just excuses.
Sorry, come again?
They're excuses.
Yeah.
They're excuses. You can't make a statement about guarding votes and then an opportunity presents itself.
Yes. For you to guard.
Yes, and then there's nothing. Even if you lose, but you can see this margin is small, you've demonstrated.
So did you expect them to go and guard the vote and then come out and say, now, assuming they guarded the vote, and they went there and ensured that their candidate, even if the candidate lost fairly, do you think in this God's green earth of ours called Kenya, that DCP leader Rigathi Gachagua angekuja aseme, we have observed what happened in Isiolo, and we have agreed that they won fairly? Do you think they would actually say that? I don't think so. Do you think they would have done the same in Evurore? I don't think so. Do you think they would have done that in that?
Why are you focusing on the DCP leader? This united opposition is full of people who all have mouths.
Unadhani Kalonzo angekuja hapo na aseme what we have observed in Isiolo South was free and fair? Bwana, wacha to introduce our next guest. Our guest rather for this particular hour. We are hosting Ndungu Wangenye on education matters. Mheshimiwa, karibu tena sana. You are a lawyer and you have found us talking about some things that are touching on matters legal, lakini hizo tutaacha za baadaye. Leo tuongee juu ya siasa. Welcome to Radio Generation.
This man is lying to you. We always talk about politics.
Thank you, Bubi.
We'll also touch a little bit on on this particular subject of education.
Okay.
Because we have witnessed a lot of things that are happening in this particular sector, from ghost schools to capitation issues, to this placement that is now happening in junior secondary school, and so on and so forth.
Distribution of books.
Yeah. Someone sat here and told us, actually a teacher, not a teacher, but a parent, a member of the parents associations, I think. PTA. Wakasema kwanza hata your syllabus hai exist. But according to you, what is the current state of of the junior secondary school that we are currently facing, of the grade 10 placements that we have, that happened recently?
Okay, thank you very much, Buvi, and thank you very much, CT. One, I want to apologize. It has been raining since around 5 a.m. from where I come from.
Actually, it has been raining from around 5 a.m.
Yes. Along Thika Road and, of course, the traffic jam and all that. But we thank God for that. And I think it's also a wake-up call to the authorities that all this water, CT, I'm surprised it's going to waste. And then after
that happens. That happens every year.
Yes.
Let's stick with education.
Because again we shall start complaining of starvation and drought and no food. But a lot of water is going to waste. Anyway, it touches on our lives because we are Kenyans and this is our country, it's our motherland.
Sure.
So I want to also thank you, Buvi, also for giving me this invitation. Now, there is something I also want to correct you just a bit, because you have just spoken about, junior secondary school, senior secondary school. There is nothing like that. We call them senior school or junior school. There is no secondary.
Okay.
It's either junior school.
JSS nini?
It's JS.
Oh, it has changed now.
Yes, it's JS. It's
there's a school.
junior school.
Yeah.
Now senior school, that is what now we are going to grade 10.
Okay.
It's senior school. In fact, majority of schools have changed their names. You know, initially we used to have, I had a principal of school of my former school, Nyandarua High School. Now it has changed from high school to Nyandarua Senior School.
Wow.
It has now removed the name high. Others have removed the name secondary. It is now, like now, if your school, maybe Machakos Boys High School, it will now be Machakos Boys Senior School.
You're right, because there's a school I usually pass by as I'm coming to work here. Excuse you, anaandikanga CBE. It changed from, because initially it was CBC.
Yes.
They now have changed the name to CBE.
CBE.
And I was like,
competence-based education. It's
Right.
overhaul of the entire education system, not just the curriculum.
Right.
And so I met one, they are changing their letterheads, they are changing their rubber stamps, they are changing even they are supposed to be registered again so that it captures the new registration certificate.
Okay.
Captures the new name, because now that also goes to the audit issues with the banks and all that. And
legal documents
and
also.
the legal framework. And it is necessary that whenever something changes, it also align with that.
Okay.
Now I want to go straight to what also you have asked about the status. Like yesterday we received a letter from KICD, Professor Charles Ongondo, the director, Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development.
Yes.
And this is from the complaints that was there. Remember, schools went for midterm last week.
Last week,
And
yes.
actually, they have started now touring back. As I was coming, a lot of students.
School bus on the road.
They are also on the road, and those who are traveling from far up
Counties.
counties, they are coming back to Nairobi for senior school. They are reporting back to grade 10. And also, remember, we have Form 3s and we also have Form 4s for the old curriculum now.
Yes.
And as I was talking with some of the teachers, remember I represent also teachers that works in hardship and arid areas. I was talking with one of the head of institution in Marsabit, and he told me they have not yet received mathematics, particularly the STEM books, mathematics, chemistry, biology. Along that line, they haven't received grade 10 books. But they have been supplied textbooks
Okay.
from KICD. And they had received some from... for social sciences, the pathways, and arts and sports. But now for the STEM, still up to date. And remember, we are now half
Through
of
the
the
term.
term. Okay, within the next 1.5 months, schools are closing.
Actually,
So what are we saying?
yeah.
That these grade 10 students may not have got the grasp of the new curriculum as at now.
Koja kidogo.
And
Are we saying that chances are they have not been learning mathematics?
they have been learning,
Uh-huh.
because now the teachers have to be, the good thing with science is that a teacher has to improvise
Okay.
whenever there is a deficit. So what the head teacher was telling me, they are being forced, because the teachers have undergone retooling. Now they are telling them, now readjust yourself with all the textbooks that you have, so that these students can learn, because they cannot just sit in the class, they are not learning mathematics.
Exactly.
They cannot just sit in class and they are learning. And KICD released a circular.
Allow me to ask this question.
Yes.
When you teach maths in this new system,
Yes.
what really are you teaching that is different?
Because
not-
1 plus 1 will always be 2.
Yeah, you see, sciences basically is about principles and theories, theorems, and they don't change. Like the theories that were discovered by Archimedes' principle way back in 18 something. They're still the same principles we use today. But now, what the difference, CT, was there is in the alignment of the curriculum. The CBE now, the new model of curriculum, the CBC, CBE, there was a bit of shift. There are some topics, or maybe some sub topics that were moved from grade 10. Maybe they were taken to grade 11, others to grade 12, others were left to grade 9. That is what now the new textbook is trying to realign and align.
So what they've done is they've moved units around.
Yeah, they have rotated some, because the concept remains the same. And that is why I'm saying it is basically not so much, but again they need to realign themselves with the new curriculum. Because by the end of the day, by the time they are getting to grade 12, maybe you'll find that what he was supposed to teach in grade 10, okay, is being examined in grade 12, but it was not supposed to be there at that time. Maybe some topics have also been moved to universities or tertiary institutions.
You know, the maybe, but if we look at what was the mode of, you were a teacher, so you know.
Yes.
How teachers were trained to teach. A lot of what we did was rote learning. This CB, it's called CBE.
CBE.
Okay, this new CBE, from everything I've heard of it and read of it, it focuses more on what we may call stimulus response, meaning there are things you will have to memorize, remember, know, but the application aspect of what you're learning is emphasized more than what was done before.
Exactly.
Have I understood it correctly?
Exactly.
Okay. So when you teach, again, the methodology will then have to change, because for you to teach a student to know how to ensure that what they're learning can be put to practical use, it's that teaching process will differ somewhat. It will not be what you did before.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
If it is practical, then it means that the practicum aspects of learning is given a little more focus than before. Sciences, we're talking STEM. Are the schools equipped to actually teach these things? Forget the teachers, forget the books. Sciences, you need a lab, don't you? And it's not just a lab, it has to be labs, because you're teaching different subjects in the sciences. Do all these grade 10 institutions have these labs?
For grade 10, I can attest and say the infrastructure framework of grade 10 and also equipment, there was a massive investment in that. In fact, where we were facing some challenges was in junior schools. That is grade 7, 8, and 9. Because you see, the infrastructure in senior school is just massive. But the junior schools have challenges even as we speak. But somebody did say things don't go wrong. Things start
wrong.
It is from the initial concept on where we started the rolling of the new curriculum, the rolling of the new system of education. And 2017, City, if you remember, because I'm sure you were in this country by then, the then Minister for Education, she was called Madam Amina Mohammed. As a mother, she may be. She stated categorically, because it's in open secret, that we were not ready by then to roll out the new curriculum.
She was absolutely right, by the way.
She was very right. She was very right. In fact, what we are doing, we are trying to mend the fences right now, to mend the gaps that were left. There was no teachers' preparation.
You know the question? No, that wasn't there. What I'm really asking, the damage in junior school, we know. That one has been in the public domain for as long as we can think of. Are we saying that all senior schools are equipped to accommodate the students and to meet the needs that the learners have at that level? Simple question. Do all senior schools in this country have labs?
CTA can attest.
Attest that the building is there, or that they have the labs which are functional.
And do you know some senior schools may be extinct because they don't even have enrollment? I'm telling you, there are facilities that are even beyond. Are we together? And because the anticipation was the junior school will be domiciled in senior school. So there was massive investment. And that is why I was telling Buvi, things started wrong. We started like haphazardly. Then before we did public participation, before we prepared the teachers, the equipment, the investment we have done there has now to shift back. And this theory, we must keep on pampering on people's minds so that they understand where we were. The junior school was not supposed to be domiciled in primary school initially, as per the people who started. They had anticipated that senior school, like if it's Machakos Boys High School, would have 6 classes, right from grade 7, 8, 9, 10, and 12. All of a sudden, 2022, public participation is done. Parent says, no, my child cannot go to a senior school that is far-fledged. This is a very toddler. It's a toddler. It's still, in mother's laps. He's still supposed to be, being taken care by the mother. Then we had to change. Then domicile junior school at the existing primary school, which had no facilities by then. But by then we had made massive investment, anticipating that 6 classes will be in senior school.
When standard 6, grade 7,
8,
9. That's junior.
That's junior.
How old are those children?
Those children are aged between 12, 13, 14.
Yeah, and in the years when we went to school, what age did you go to secondary school?
Me, I went to the secondary school at the age of 14.
Yeah,
Form
so,
1.
So what?
But now we are speaking of 12-year-old.
I had 11-year-olds in my class. Yes, I'm telling you. I was 12 when I went to secondary school.
But it went to public participation and the parent refused. I was there. I was there. In fact, the panel that came to Olkalau, it was held by Professor Kiama of former VC University of Nairobi.
But let me ask
and the parents were mad.
Wakili, let me ask you something. Did these parents understand what it meant for their children to have their classes domiciled in the senior school? Did they understand?
We did a lot of sensitization.
Did you let them know that, look, we need labs for these kids?
Yes.
And the only way we can ensure that they have sufficient of these facilities is if they're here.
Yes.
To separate, we will need to create labs here, and that is duplication of these particular duties, duplication of the funds.
Actually, to me, Buvi, it's not whether the labs should be domiciled in senior school or junior school.
Okay.
The issue was, have we invested in building those labs? Did we start from the word? If it started right from the word go, if we did the things opposite, upside down, okay? We started by roaring out, then we did public participation later. And that is a problem, I think, in this country sometimes.
Okay.
We first do whatever we want to do.
Then now we start asking.
It is like the way we have transferred it's a good example, the way you have transferred the powers, some powers of, or maybe collaboration between Nairobi County government
to national government.
And the national government. Then
you transfer the powers, then you do the public participation.
Then the assembly was approving yesterday, which it should have started the other way. The assembly, it should have been tabled to the county assembly of Nairobi.
Yes.
Then we do public participation in Nairobi. Then now we formalize.
Yes.
But now we started by formalizing it, but just to legitimize the whole process, we now go back.
Okay.
So that is what also happened with this CBE thing. We started first by making decisions. Those people who are responsible at us at that time. And we made noise. Actually, one person in record, and I supported him because by then I was Kupet secretary in charge of Laikipia, was Honorable Sosion. Sosion made a lot of noise. Teachers are not ready. We have no enough classes. We don't know where to. Well, let's first conduct public participation. But the people who are in power by then could reason none of that.
Okay.
Now we started by roaring out. Then by the time we are doing public participation, by the time we are sensitizing the parents, by the time we are bringing everyone on board, there was resistance right, left, and center. What did we have to do? We had to change. Okay, though changing means it has a financial implication, Bovi.
Yeah.
Because
and a big one at that.
And a big one. It has also distortion of timelines. And that is why this confusion is there. That is why we are saying today we are trying to fix a mess that should not have been there. And it is a big lesson that we should learn as a country, even moving forward. That let's not start things, we formalize document, then we come to legitimize them through public participation and legislative framework later. Why can't we start with the basics, elementary? By the time we are going, we would have learned the challenges, and now the system would be flowing smoothly. So, but right now, this is where we are. We have to accept that is a reality. Okay, I have told you the letter is dated 2nd March 2026. It's in public domain, signed by Professor Charles Ongondo, the KICD director. And one of the things he is saying, and he is admitting.
Yes.
Okay. He is admitting that there has been fluctuation on enrollment in grade 10. Okay.
Yes.
Remember again, when the grade 10 were being placed, again we made some noise. Allow schools the leeway to admit. Then the ministry and city, you are witness. The MPs, the registrators were mad. They reprimanded the PS for education in Naivasha, led by Majority Leader Kimani Ichung'wah. In his own words, he said that the PS is the most clueless person. Now, you are saying the PS is clueless, and you are a registrator. Are we together? What are you doing about it? Who will cure that? Who will bring that remedy? Who will cure that remedy?
If you have a legislator who has loose lips, it doesn't mean that what he's saying is necessarily true. But you see, the discussion that we're having has culminated in one which has occupied our minds for the longest time this year, and that is the number of students who have not reported.
Exactly.
Do we have numbers?
We have the numbers of those who have not reported. They are being traced.
Roughly.
Through the structures of national government and the former provincial administration, the chiefs and the likes.
Ni kama wangapi hivi?
well, I don't know the number, but it's substantive number.
Are we talking about tens of thousands?
Yeah, we are talking of tens of thousands.
Okay.
Actually, we are also having schools, but it is ironical. It's sarcastic. We have schools that have very low enrollment. The school was supposed to be having maybe, let's say, 200, but it is having maybe 60 students. But others have not reported. You know, it's ironical. Okay?
When
and those schools, the minister is recommending that they should not, you know, they are economically unviable. I have one teacher right now who told me, assist me to get a transfer. Because the school I was initially had a population of 250. Today, it has a population of 17 students. It's even economically inviable.
Why?
But the student...
The
student population has been dropping, and this now with grade 10, I think they only have 2 students who have reported for grade 10.
They are where are they not reporting? Like,
so, okay, where are they reporting if they're not reporting to this school?
They are reporting to other schools. Now look at let me give you an example. Look at a school like Renana. Renana, when there was 844.
Yes.
Maybe it had a capacity of maybe in Form 1. Maybe it had a capacity of 8 streams. Okay? And then when you combine 8 streams in Form, let's say Form 1, Form 2, Form 3, Form 4, it is 8 times 4 actually.
Okay.
Those are 32 classes. But now you have removed completely one class. So you are left with 8 times 3, that is 24. Isn't it?
Yes.
You have not exhausted the capacity of that school. So what will happen? The student who are supposed to go to these other schools will go to Renana so that it retains, because its capacity is still not filled. Are we together? Are we seeing the sense? I think that is where some of the students, instead of going where they were placed by the computer, they opted to go to other
so
schools.
when they go to Lanana, they talk to the principal. They tell the principal,
yes, they want, and the school is providing those pathways. Right. But now, that is not the issue. The issue is we have reduced one class in senior school. Okay, we have been left with the 3. So this one class will go somewhere. But the ironical part is this: as this school is shutting down, because that school, there is no way a school can exist with the 17 students. It's even economically inviable to pay those teachers.
You can't. Everybody has to be moved.
Yes, everybody has to move, including the head.
So what happens to that school?
The school will be shut.
But what I find strange is, if you look at the transition numbers, there's always a size, around 30% of the students who leave primary schools, we tend to have a problem determining where they actually went, don't we?
Yeah, the transition.
Yes. So now, are we saying these numbers have gone beyond the traditional transition numbers that we seem to lose every year when people move to secondary schools?
No, save for those who have not reported because of one factor or another, natural attrition, but I wouldn't think the natural attrition would contribute to that. Save for those who have not reported to grade 10. Definitely, the transition is supposed to be 100% because there is capacity. Actually, when a school is shutting down because of lack of population, it means we have excess capacity.
But is it really true that we have excess capacity?
We have.
How?
We have city.
Are we telling me that the students in this country who need to go to senior school are not enough in terms of the absolute totality to fill those schools?
You see, CT, what I'm saying, there was expansion of infrastructure.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
And that expansion created even more capacity for the student. But now for these who have not reported, we need to establish the factors behind which, because remember, even some parents could not understand what CBC is all about. So they opted, after my son, sit for Kijisea, and that's all. Are we together? Like those areas I represent, those are hardship and arid areas, they are pastoralist. They will not bother to go moving. And then, of course, the initiative of the government. But the point I wanted to bring home, Buvi, is to say this. If we had anticipated this, right from the word, the conception bit of it, when we conceptualized the idea that we are going to have CB, these are issues you foresee. As a leader and in management, we say nothing should get you by surprise. You should always be prepared for any eventuality.
Yes.
So if we are prepared initially, if we had done public participation right from the word go in 2017, all these challenges we are facing today would not be there, because we would have foreseen them. We would have foreseen that we shall have this capacity.
Yes.
We would have foreseen that by maybe a school like Renana, I'm just using Renana as an example, not necessarily that those are the number of streams he's having. I'm just using it as an example because it's a public institution. If you would have foreseen that if Renana had more capacity and it would so more student to its to the school, then there are schools that will die. You would have foreseen that and put up remedial measures or remedies to cure that mischief that would have occurred. But the problem is the planners, the conceptualization of the idea did not involve all the stakeholders, did not involve parents association, did not involve teachers union, did not involve education stakeholders like the ones we represent, did not represent the sponsors. It is just people sitting down in an office making decision, rolling it out, and then when the challenges come, it bites everyone.
Let me understand this. You are saying that because of the huge infrastructure investment we made in the senior school, one, we increased the capacity that senior schools have. So if we increase the capacity, that attrition that we normally have, all things being constant and in an ideal situation, then we would have had 100% transition. So everybody who was in junior school would have been able to go to senior school. Right. Which means the space that was created would have been filled, isn't it? So why then, I'm asking the same question again, the student number has remained constant, and yet we have schools that have no students. And yet the capacity was built to give us the 100% transition, which we never used to have before. The attrition was 20 to 30% previously when we had primary, secondary. I still don't understand. Where have these students gone?
It's an elephant question in the room. Where the students have gone.
Well, yes.
Because equally I wouldn't say where. Because literally speaking, we have the capacity. Enough capacity actually. Actually somebody did put it like almost 100,000 excess capacity to accommodate. But the students are nowhere.
Where are they? Now and that specifically the ones that have not reported, the ones that you've said the ministry is trying to trace.
Yes.
So let's assume there's a student called Mungala Mbuvi.
Yes.
Huyu student anaitwa Mungala Mbuvi, mbona hajaenda shule? Because as we are tracing them, I'm sure some have already been traced. Why haven't those ones that have been traced gone to school?
Some, because we later interacted with some, those who be traced and report back. And you would even hear sentiments from their parents that we don't understand this system of curriculum. Okay. So actually others would say, mine decided because we don't understand and we don't know where we are going. We don't know which, like even when they are transiting.
Yes.
They are transiting with the pathways. Not like initially whereby you are transiting with the marks. Now you are transiting with the pathway. The student does not understand. Some of them are dropping out. And that is what the ministry and the provincial administration, the chiefs are trying to trace. Where are these people? Why have they dropped out? Why can't they encourage them? And that is, I think it calls also upon the ministry. There was a day everybody would be mopped up. Let's get out of even this station room city we uchape Dagoretti North. We buvi uchape Kawangware. Mimi nami niingie Kibera. We mop up. Any student who is there who is not in school, why? And then we take that student, Siti ya bebe na baiskeli yake. Mimi ni bebe na motorbike. Wewe bebe na matatu ama mkokoteni.
Nitamweka kwa wheelbarrow.
Ama wheelbarrow. Whatever. So that the students can report to school. But now I think that initiative is no longer there. Because one of the principal told me.
Yes.
It's a lady. I won't mention her name because of confidentiality. She had to join hands with the area chief.
Right.
Na wazee wanaitwa nyumba kumi. They had to join hands. Hiyo siku she had to make sure that only one teacher was left in school.
Yes.
The rest of the teacher na yeye and his lady, she had to put up jeans, and sneakers and all that and kofia. Wakaingia kwa kijiji sa Manyatas.
Watafute wanafunzi.
Now, by the way, they managed to mop up around 20 something students.
Wow.
Okay? Na walikuwa na chief na area education officer and all that. Wakaenda na walimu na nini. And then they had to even sweet talk them. Oh, please just agree, continue. Because again, and that is a paradigm shift. There's no certificate that is being offered after grade, after KIPSEA, after KIGISEA. The final certificate for basic education will be awarded after grade 12.
Okay.
That is the final certificate. Because now it's giving you certificate for basic education. Si kama vile tulikuwa tunapata certificate ya KCPE tena ya KCSE.
So
sasa unapata moja.
Saizi if it was that time of 844, say unangoja tu ya KCSE.
Ya KCSE. That is because it is now the certificate for basic
education.
Because basic education starts from the kindergarten, the nursery, all the way up to grade 12. That is now the form 4.
Sasa nimeelewa mahali shida iko.
But still a question. Where are these students? Because the reason why I'm asking this question, the enrollment in the year 2024-2025, we had 1.3 million students in junior school. The numbers I've been reading the papers threw me off completely. There's a time they mentioned 800,000. I said, at 8, what?
Oh yes, I saw those figures. And I was like, see, that's like the entire class.
It's like
the entire cohort.
It's like 2/3. Hawako mahali. So my question here is, where are they and why are they not reporting to school? I mean, this is not a complicated question I'm asking. Because I'm taking the view that they've been placed in schools, but they're not going. Why are they not going?
Yeah, so from what I understand here from, Wakili, is that parents, number one, don't understand this damn thing called CBE anymore. They thought they knew it, but now they clearly have realized they don't. Because now here's your son or your daughter who's been called to pursue a STEM pathway. And they're like, but wait a minute, hii STEM ni nini? Mtoto wangu hata hizo vitu mnamwambia akwangi strong in them, ama si hizo anataka. Then of course kuna mwingine ameitwa maybe aende pathway ya arts na sports. Mnashangaa sasa mnataka kijana yangu akimbiange marathon Berlin na London, na mimi nataka mtoto wangu akuwe lawyer. Is that what is happening?
There was even, I mean, I support you, Bugi, 100%. There was even an issue of whereby you cannot change. You remember when the ministry praised the student, and then there was uproar all over. It was like, where you have been placed, you cannot change. It becomes static. The pathway you have been admitted to, you cannot change. The school you have been admitted to, you cannot change. Most of them pulled out of that. They became frustrated. Why should I continue? I have no room for adjustment. You know, with 844, they could change, hata umeitwa Machakos Boys, unakaa, naenda Mara High School,
unaenda kujitetea kwa Kisii.
Unajitetea Kisii, mimi naenda kwetu. Actually, there was that adjustment.
Even there was even a student exchange program. Somebody comes from one region, another comes from huyu anataka kuja huku.
Huyu anataka kwenda na huku. This one was static. By the time even the ministry allowed the principals even to be given room that you can walk into a school and talk to the principal and place the the resort slip for your child, and he is admitted to that school. It was too late. Some of them had already pulled out and ran away out of it. And this damn hell, what is all about? And that is why I'm saying some of these things, before we make decisions, let's just consult. Let's just have an inter-parties, stakeholders, a kind of a meeting consultation. We come up with something that will not embarrass us. Because why would somebody keep on struggling? Remember, they are struggling with maybe payment of capitation. I mean, payment of school fees.
Yes.
Because even enrolling a child
is money.
There was one who had already bought uniform for whatever school he had been admitted to Kakamega. All of a sudden, and he has come from here, from Kembu.
Yes.
Because he was told there is no changing.
Yeah.
So he had just to borrow money, buy uniform. By the time they again it changed, he got a vacancy I think in one of the schools in Vika.
Right.
Again, he was like, now what the hell do I do with all these uniform mattresses?
I'm sorry, I'm laughing.
It is so such chaotic. And I tend to agree with the members of parliament when they reprimanded the PS. Because the PS should have, we could have done it.
No, these members of parliament are not in a position to point fingers at anybody.
You remember,
they are not in a position to point fingers at anybody.
There's a guest who told us here that they have a child who's been called to, again, I think alisema Kakamega, somewhere in Western, to a day school, yet they actually reside in Thika.
Now you see. City is saying
that is why children are not reporting.
No, they don't. Mheshimiwa, Parliament has an education committee.
Yes.
Where were they when
Julius Mele, Honorable?
What were they doing when all these things were happening? Are you telling me that what we're discussing here There are people in this country who take education seriously, and these issues we're discussing were brought up. People like you, they brought it up and they said, guys, look, we have this thing, but have you considered this? Have you considered this? Yes. You're being told, wachana na hiyo kitu. But have you considered this? Wachana na hiyo kitu. This is going to bring about this. Situkwambia wachana na hiyo kitu. Okay? Okay, now we have it. Now suddenly, the Minister of Education is the one, or the PS is the one who's an idiot. No. Oversight, had it been conducted as it ought to be, this discussion we're having would have been a very different one. Would have been discussing the progress of this senior school and how it is making sense. But it is not making sense, so we are discussing it. And there is nothing that could not have been foreseen. To begin with, we didn't need the CBE, just so that we start. It was not needed.
Did we need CBC?
That we didn't need even more.
I just needed to be sure because you said CBE, so I need to.
No, see, that's what is current. Because the Minister for Education then pointed out and said, guys, this thing we're not ready for. She was moved. Was she not moved?
Yeah, she was removed. Actually, she was removed for saying that.
Yes, she was moved. And who did they put there?
She was removed from that.
Yes, and I'm saying who
took... She didn't last, I think, a year.
No, she didn't last. Okay, then who took her job?
You know, I'm laughing about this, and yet I am in that situation next year. So now, what happens? What happens? Because if we're having all these problems, all this confusion, children being called from Kakamega to report to a day school in Thika, now do their parents move from Thika, leave their jobs in Thika and their businesses to come and establish new positions in Thika so that their children can attend a day school in Thika?
No, we have to fix the mess.
Paul, you're talking about a current problem. Huh? Those who are in junior secondary school, remember when we said we are starting it, teachers had not been adequately equipped, adequately retooled or retrained. Classrooms for students to go to were not there. These STEM teachers did not exist. When the government said we have deployed 20,000 teachers, you want to ask how many schools do you have? So you do the math and ask how many teachers have you actually sent to the schools that need this? The students who didn't learn at all over a period of time were many. The problem began there. What do you do with these students who probably a whole semester, a whole term did not learn? What do you do with that content that they were supposed to have taken in at that particular point in time? What is the remedial action that you take? The problems began there, and we've been compounding it. Okay? The people who ought to sit down to discuss these things seriously and ask, guys, what do we do to solve these things? That's our parliament. That's our National Assembly. You find people lose lips saying careless things. We have the entirety of the future of Kenyans in our hands, and we're playing about with it. When a child can't learn because some policy maker or somebody who's supposed to implement that policy did something they shouldn't have done in the first place, they are bearing the brunt of it. Then you are going to have a whole cohort of people who have a deficit in their learning because these individuals did not do their job properly. It's a deficit. And we will see the repercussions somewhere along the line.
But CT, don't you see there is also the cadre of people who thrive in confusion? Maybe it is man-made.
So it is deliberate.
Because CT, from where I sit, why would we be discussing these things all over and then somebody's just... When Bobby raised it, he'll be termed as an activist. When CT raised it, he'll be termed as an activist. But he has legitimate concern. It therefore means the person perpetuating it or the person allowing it to thrive may be wanting it to be that way. You know? There are people who thrive when there is confusion. And when there is none, it has to be created.
But as at the expense of the children of this country.
Do they care?
You know, those are the kind of questions that actually scare me. Because if I start considering if there's an entire government, an entire legislature that doesn't care, then we are in problems.
Because we've been in problems for a long time. I mean, you are realizing that now.
I understand there's the usual problems, and Yonakwanga now sometimes they create some problems here and there, and wakule. But when it comes to playing with an entire generation, now that is why I get scared.
And CT, let me be a devil's advocate, as you may say. As much as we may not say that I like that these MPs have no legitimacy pointing a finger.
No.
But they had a point at that particular
No,
time.
they did not. They did not have a point. The horse has bolted because the stable door was left open. The custodian of that door is them.
They're the ones who should have made sure it is.
They are the custodians. We elect them to look after these things for us. They did not. So why are they pointing fingers? It was their job to make sure that what we're discussing here as a problem didn't happen in the first place. It is that.
And some were there in the last parliament, by the way. Even when Amina was there.
That's part of their job. They didn't do their job. So who are they to blame others when they are part and parcel, an entrenched part and parcel of the problem? That's what they are. This was not something that we could not have avoided. We could have avoided it.
But these are the people, CT, who are given recruitment forms by previous people who are there in the helms of the Teacher Service Commission, and they were brandishing those forms even in barrios. So they are beneficiary of the confusion. Therefore, meaning, Gugi, as I was telling you.
But is that not my point exactly? That there is no legitimacy.
Yes,
they can't point
that you know, there is a public officer who is messing up with our education system. But because I'm an MP, I can go and walk out of that office with the employment forms for my constituency. 5, and I brush them in the barrio public places with the total disregard of the public ethics conduct. Now I will not point a finger at Buvi, who is a public officer who is supposed to do things right. And that is why I'm telling you. Fine, this is where we are. There is that now confusion. Let me bring you to the attention of something else. Right now, as we are speaking, we have grade 10, which is already, continuing. We also have Form 3s and 4. Grade 10, remember, they are using CBE, System of Education.
Yes.
Now, Form 3s and 4s are using 844.
Yes.
Here comes a teacher. I'm a maths chem teacher. I teach grade 10, mathematics or chemistry, whatever, or geography. Then, it is like I need a switch on my brains, so that as I go to Form 3 who are learning 844, I again re-switch again. I teach them 844. The geography of curriculum of 844.
Right.
Then the next third lesson, I have a grade 10.
Yes.
They are learning CB. I have to switch again. So even the teacher himself,
I'm already getting dizzy. I'm already getting dizzy as you explain this. But Wakili, unfortunately, we've come to the end of this conversation. The time we had imetutoroka hivyo kisogo, but I'll allow you to some 10 seconds to give us your last words in regards to how long we're going to experience this mess, and if at all there's light at the end of the tunnel. No,
we are not going to experience for a longer time, because some of the hitches that were there at the conception level, as education stakeholders, we are consulting with the ministry, the Teacher Service Commission, to make sure that we fix it. This is our country. We cannot run away from problems. Problems did happen. It is not forever. It's just for the duration it has been. Yes, let's admit that there'll be that pull and push here and there as we are trying to make things right. But I can assure the public and assure the Kenyans and the parents at large that we measure up to it. We shall support where we are required to. And I thank people who have pulled up their socks, like the Teacher Service Commission. Actually, we are seeing a bit of a consultation that is taking place across the board. But I don't want to spare anyone who will stand on the gap, as the city is saying, between our children and their future. Regardless of whether it's me or anyone else, anyone who will stand along that line, that person we just to blow that person off. Sijui kama ni wale tunaita the terrorists they swallow the bomb and they blow up with it. Because why would you mess millions of our children in their future? And this is the future generation of our country. So we are there and we are on track, and we shall fix the mess to make sure that what was started as wrongly does not last forever.
All right. Thank you so much, Wakili. That's why we come to a close. Coming up next, we shall be hosting presidential aspirant Boniface Mwangi. Right now, though, here's the news with Winnie Maganga.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The Nakuru Law Court says 6 Kenya Wildlife Services officers have a case to answer over the disappearance of fisherman Brian Odhiambo. The officers Francis Washira, Alexander Lorogoi, Isaac Uching, Michael Wabukala, Evans Kimaio and Abdul Rahman Ali Sudi are accused of abducting Odhiambo on January 18, 2025 in Bondeni, Nakuru East. All 6 denied the charges when they appeared before Magistrate Kipkirui Kibelion.
It is my finding that a prima facie case has been established against all the 6 accused persons sufficiently to require each accused to make a defense. Each accused, therefore, is placed on defense.
The accused persons are required now by law to choose either of the 3 ways in which they wish to present their defense, of course indicated to the court through their counsel.
The Ministry of Education says it is working to bring digital learning to schools across the country. Basic Education PS Julius Bitok says they are rolling out the Kenya Education Management Information System, or KEMIS, which will connect all schools. They are also giving out 25,000 laptops to primary and junior schools through a program supported by the World Bank.
We are rolling out a system called KEMIS, Kenya Education Management Information System, that will connect all our education institutions. And this will be able to aid partly what we call digital learning, because there will be learning that will take place in KEMIS apart from managing the entire education ecosystem. In addition to that, we are also rolling out a program under World Bank called KDIP with Ministry of ICT, where we are distributing 25,000 laptops.
A requiem mass for the late Emurua Dikir Member of Parliament Johanna Ngeno will be held today at AGC Karen Church in Nairobi. The service will mark the start of funeral proceedings for him and 5 others who died in a helicopter crash in Mosop, Nandi County on Saturday. The bodies of Ngeno and Wycliffe Rono, a protocol officer from Narok County, will be transported from Lee Funeral Home to their rural homes tomorrow for an overnight vigil in line with Kipsige's customs. The late Member of Parliament will be laid to rest on Friday in Narok County. Kenya Airways is set to have a new board before the end of the week to help strengthen the national airline, says Transport Cabinet Secretary Davis Chirchir. The CS said the process of appointing new directors is almost complete and follows proper corporate governance rules. President William Ruto recently promised that the new board made up of men and women will help transform the airline as part of a wider national reforms. The US President Donald Trump on Tuesday said the United States will stop all trade with Spain. He said this after Spain refused to let the US military use its bases for missions linked to strike on Iran. Speaking to reporters in the Oval Office, President Trump said Spain had been terrible and that he had told his Treasury Secretary to cut off all dealings with the country.
But some of the European, like Spain, has been terrible. In fact, I told Scott to cut off all dealings with Spain. Spain, first of all, it started when every European nation, at my request, paid 5%, which they should be doing. And everybody was enthusiastic about it, Germany, everybody. And Spain didn't do it. And now Spain actually said that we can't use their bases. And that's all right. We could use their base if we want. We could just fly in and use it. Nobody's going to tell us not to use it. But we don't have to. But they were unfriendly.
And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Wolves stunned reigning champions Liverpool with a dramatic 2-1 win at the Molina, thanks to a stoppage time winner from Andre. The game had started slowly, but it burst into life in the second half when Rodrigo Gomez came off the bench to score on a quick counter-attack and give Wolves the lead. Mohamed Salah later equalized for Liverpool, raising hopes of a comeback, but it was Wolves who had the final. Sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on on Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Good morning and welcome back to Radio Generation. It is now 10 minutes past 8 o'clock. Today the rains have done that thing. They have decided that wageni watachelewa. Lakini the show has got to go. Now, Sio, we're hoping that Boniface Mwangi shall get here in good time so we can have the conversation we would love to have with him. And I'm sure you have questions for him as well. But just to recap on what we have spoken about in the last hour, it was on matters education, a lot of questions there. And of course, for me, there are things that are said, perhaps I'm naive, I don't know, but there are things that are said and they shock me to death. When we talk about people who do not care about the future of an entire generation, hapo ndio niko na shida.
Haikuanza leo bro.
Sisemi ni vizuri kuiba pesa ya serikali, pesa ya umma. Sisemi ni vyema na haki kuchukua kudivert funds ziende zikafanye vitu za binafsi. Sisemi ni sawa wakati ambapo tunachelewesha vitu, tuna create ka confusion kidogo ndio either pesa iongezeke ama ndio mtu aridhike mahali. Lakini bwana, huwezi haribu tu kila kitu kabisa completely na useme tu to hell with these people.
Well, there's always a narrative that precedes all these things. The narratives are we have the best education system, the CB is the best education system. Yes, what is a system? The system is everything in education, whether you're talking about the ministry, whether you're talking about the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development, whether you're talking about the Teacher Service Commission, whether you're talking about the junior schools, senior, whether you're talking about tertiary education, all these things, all this, you're in a system. Because all the ideas and the thoughts that we have are implemented in these institutions, and they're implemented because people in a different part of that system have come up with something that needs to help meet the needs of a country. Because an education system is purposed to meet the development and the future needs of a country. So when they change, the narrative is that we're changing to meet those needs. And the change isn't just in the junior or secondary schools. The change then has to come in the tertiary learning. It has to come in the university. Any learning process has to be in tandem with this whole plan. Okay? Now, when you hear of the sums that are allocated to education, it speaks of the seriousness with which we treat this particular discipline. But it begins and ends right there. You know why? Because everything else that then follows is a discussion about things which don't get done, things which can't be accounted for. 600 billion gone. And there isn't adequate evidence to demonstrate where this 600 billion plus was. I'm putting 600 because our current budget is 700 plus billion. And they didn't want to add some more. But I'm talking about 6. To meet all the needs of all these sectors that we speak of. And then you hear of something which I find, it goes beyond perturbing. That you have ghost institutions, ghost schools. When you speak of them, you speak of them as a reality. You're telling me in all these years, we know they are ghost schools, because when you have a ghost school, then you have ghost teachers, then you have ghost students, you have ghost everything, capitation, development, all that is taken to this phantom. Okay? It is theft. And all these times, we are saying you don't hear of enough schools that are of the phantom variety and the people behind them being brought to book. You don't. What you hear is us wanting to spend more money. And yet, the preparation for something like this CB and the transition is a problem. a simple transition is a problem because decisions were made, and somewhere along the line, the people who have the children, they're called parents, okay, were not adequately informed, so they're not really sure what to do.
Even in your own house, whenever you tell your wife that you're broke, she will ask you certain questions.
She will always ask you many questions.
Like, the last I checked, you earn 10,000. Our expenses in this house are 3,000.
Okay.
I know there's a loan you pay of 2,000. So there's some 5,000 somewhere that should, at the very least, inafaa kukuwapo. Unaniambia hiyo pesa hakuna aje, iko wapi?
Where did it go?
And you need to answer those questions. So if you have a second family, now is the time.
To say,
Sasa,
Mama Nani.
There's a ghost family somewhere. In this government of ours, in this country of ours, considering that we are the wives who should be asking these questions, we know there's X amount of money that is collected. KRA usually tuambia it's about 3 point something trillion.
We know.
We know for a fact. And we know our expenditures are this and this way. Kuna education, kuna health, kuna...
We know.
Kuna development. Alafu tunajua.
We know.
Kuna deni zinalipangwa mahali.
That we also know.
But the same husband comes and tells us, by the way, do you know we lose 3 billion daily? The obvious question is, because you know 3 billion...
Then you must know where it is being lost from.
Exactly.
If I may use that term.
And where it goes
to. Yes.
So when you tell us there's ghost schools, ghost workers like in counties as we hear, bro, pia wacho kutubeba tu fala. Tuambie hizi ghost schools by then nimezipata. Kuna 5 ziko Uasin Gishu, kuna 70 ziko Trans Nzoia, hapa Nairobi kuna 52, Machakos County kwanza ndio kubaya kuna 30. Like, you just can't say ghost schools. Then next year we have a similar problem. I like something that happened recently. Professor Bitok, the PS, was in Parliament and he was asked a question about ghost schools. He said, we have, he gave a number. I really can't, unfortunately, I can't remember that number. But he said that kuna ghost schools kadhaa wamepata. Mimi sijui ghost schools zopatikana aje.
What do they look like?
Akasema, kuna ghost schools tumepata, but tunaendelea kutafuta hizo zingine. Now, I just hope that at the end of this thing that we are seeing at the parliamentary committee, ikiisha, we shall have something substantial. Na pia isi take forever. Tusijipate next financial year, bado tukihesabu ghost schools, because now that will be very unfortunate. For me, that one itakuwa sasa ndio kitu kwa tunasema kubeba wa Kenya ufala.
Let me ask you something.
Yes, sir.
When you talk about all these processes we hear the Ministry of Education conducting for the benefit of schools, it means they have a registry where all the schools in this country exist, isn't it?
Yes.
They have an inspectorate. Their job is to specifically that inspect. There's a subject inspectorate, people who are trained in those subjects who go around the country to determine whether things are being done. You find them in county governments, they exist there.
Kabisa.
There are those who work with the Ministry of Works and to ensure that when schools need to put up buildings, that these things go through them. These are government, I'm talking about government schools. So when you talk of money for development, this school said they needed a lab. The money goes for that lab.
Yes.
The Ministry of Works is conducted. They do due diligence and then the work continues, etc., etc. If you actually know all this, how then is it possible for you not to know schools that don't exist in reality? Come on, man. This isn't a problem of schools and head teachers. This is a problem of the Ministry of Education and people who have captured this particular ministry for the longest possible time and who have gotten their tentacles so deeply entrenched and in this particular system that we can talk and talk and talk and talk and talk and talk and they hear every once in a while someone says, yes, we found 2,000 good schools. Finished. Yes, we've seen some. Finished. It comes with the questions. One answer is given or two. The news is carried for a day or two. Then nothing. Have you ever heard of someone being asked to explain how this school came into being? Have you ever heard, like we hear of the Kenya the Revenue Authority, where you hear an entire department of people have been arrested? Entire.
No.
No, education. Nobody gets arrested. Do you ever hear of people who are in charge of registering schools within the ministry being brought to book or being taken to DCI? No, it never happens. So, the term used kubebo fala. This thing of go schools and what have you, the religion that the Ministry of Education subscribes to is that one of ensuring that as much money as possible is actually stolen. And this one is not they've taken. You know, when something is stolen, it's stolen, chief.
Yes.
It's not borrowed.
Yes.
It's stolen. When you borrow, you return.
You know, you've asked a very pertinent question. Have you ever heard of an entire department being fired? Or rather, not being fired, but being arrested? And then we are told these are the folks who, stole all this money. We haven't heard of it.
No, and it's unlikely that we will hear of it.
Why we haven't heard of it is actually beyond me. But anyway, that is that. In studio, our guest has arrived. Boniface Mwangi.
Good morning.
A very good morning to you. How are you?
My apologies for being late.
Leo tumejua. Ilinyesha, traffic mbovu.
My wife had a puncture this morning. Tried to sort out. So yeah, but my apologies. Yeah.
But Boni, welcome.
Asante.
And it's good to see you.
I came with goodies. I have a bag of goodies here.
Very good. Very good. Weka tu hapo. Tutaongea about the goodies later. But how are you?
Niko poa. I'm trying to catch my breath.
Yeah.
I'm running.
How have you been, Boni?
Wow, how have I been? I've been good, actually. Just overwhelmed. Running for president is not a walk in the park.
You've literally been running for it, eh?
Yes. Wait.
Let me ask you something that I saw. You posted something recently, and it was about the death of Johanna Ngeno.
Yes.
You posted it on your socials, and you said that it doesn't, like, you're smelling something in that
doesn't really
situation.
add up, because I remember one time we were in Western Kenya and Madhakaru was running late and George Ore left. Not
the captain.
The captain left
of the chopper.
Yeah, so we had to tell him, oh, please. Then he had to go and land somewhere else. He was very punctual and very strict. He was not one of the jokers, because I remember there's a time where like 4 helicopters in Azimio. And there was one guy, he was told, this is a route. And those are choppers. So there were guys in the team who were very casual about flying.
Yeah.
But he wasn't like that. Yeah. And
he was a serious type, professional.
And he was very reserved. He wasn't chatty. He was just very calm. So I highly doubt he'd have flown in that weather. Because he knows, helicopters, you fly visual. You have instruments.
Yes.
But you have to see where you're going.
For sure.
He wasn't seeing where he was going. So why did he take off? It smells a rat.
Yeah. So according to you, what do you think might have happened? Like, wild guess.
I think it's political alignments. And I think between now and next year, you're going to see more political assassinations. It's not new. Look at when Kenyatta was president, there was Baimungi died in 64 because of land issues. Pioga Mapinto, Mboya followed, JM Kariuki followed. Moi takes power. You had Ouko, Masinde Muliro, Alexander Muge. There was later Father Kaisa. There's a lot of assassinations, and they normally happen when they're trying to do alignments and they realize that they can't compromise. When Kibaki took over, Mbai was the first one to die because of devolution in the Katiba. So it normally happens like that. So even right now as you speak, there are people who do not sleep in their homes.
Politicians.
Watu ni waoga in Nairobi. Ama in Kenya, yeah. And I think the only reason why this happens is because you do not punish the people who benefit from assassinations. We do not get to the depth of why it happened. Because if you actually, for example, the killing of Binto Mboya JM, if you had gone after the killers, maybe Oko wouldn't have died, Mungi wouldn't have died, Bishop Okulu wouldn't have died.
Kaiser and the rest.
Yes, so that's the problem.
Boni, all these people who died, you see some nefarious hand behind their deaths.
It's actually they are murdered. Even, talk about George Mushai. Mushai was killed.
No, Mushai, that one we know was shot. That one, there is no
doubt about it.
No, but everyone else I've spoken to, I've spoken about or mentioned, they were shot.
No.
Apart from Muge was an accident.
It was an accident.
But he was told not to go.
Yes, but Okulu died. I mean, surely who shot Okulu? Nobody. There's the point I'm trying to make here, Boni.
Yeah. Alexander Muge actually was told to go.
The person who spoke to over Alexander Muge's travel was a guy called Habenga Okondo.
Yes.
Habenga Okondo was known to speak carelessly. Okay? Everything we read about it was an accident that occurred. Now,
what did he hit? He hit a milk delivery car. When you, I don't know if you were born those days.
Yeah.
In our days, you saw
zile mitungi kubwa za silver.
No, we had no. We saw free primary school milk. So he hit a milk truck during holidays. Maziwa ya watoto wa shule na shule zimefungwa. It's like asking me, what woman was Jirogo going to look at huko Gigiri?
Yeah.
Gilgil. There are many women in Nairobi and he had 4 wives.
Yeah, but there are also women in Gilgil.
No, but he's raising.
No,
like,
at 2
a.m.
Buddy, you've opened that can of work. It's a very good time.
You drive 100 kilometers to go and chase something like that.
Kuna vile.
Si gorofa.
Hata angeitishia Uber ikuje.
Boni.
But I'm here.
Somebody who's, since we are talking about it.
Yeah.
We've had in this country circumstances that really raise questions.
Yes.
I can extend it to Ronald Ngala. People ask, okay. At the story was at B's, what? At what? Where?
B's in the car.
Wapi? I could extend the same question I asked about Kitili and Mwendwa.
Yeah.
And say, okay, accident figure, that guy was not road every day.
I will score fake.
As I said, see now, in my opinion, we entered the realm of conspiracy theory. But the reason that what gives this potency, they were never concluded.
Yes.
We never heard of the conclusion of these things so that you can say, we alishikwa, we alifungwa, we alinyongwa, or whatever it is. Some investigation and then imewachwa. Now, the moment ikiwachwa, you've opened the doors.
Yeah.
Now we can speculate as much as we see fit.
But the question is, who stands to benefit when these people die?
You also mentioned General Ogola. Who stands to benefit in the absence of General Ogola?
Ogola had enemies. Ogola would not have allowed Hamdani to use, could not have messed with the succession of generals in the military, like the succession, messing the succession order so that you have your tribal person to become the next CDF. And right now, the way it looks like, the next CDF is a Kalenjin. The next IG is a Kalenjin. The interior is a Kalenjin. It's deliberate.
Yeah.
And because it's a very Moi tactic, where you think my tribesmen will protect me. So you surround yourself with fools and incompetent people because you want to be safe.
Yeah.
And then by doing that, you sink a country.
Bonnie, how would incompetent people keep you safe? I thought they would endanger you even more.
Because you want to be the smartest person in the room. You want to be the one who gives orders. Because, for example, if you have smart people, they will push back and say, I won't follow an illegal order. I'll say, I'll not go kill kids in the streets.
But that isn't smartness, that's moral. That's a person who has morality, somebody who is able to make a stand. Because somebody can be highly intelligent, but they're completely immoral. So the issue of what they will do whatever is expedient.
Why are you describing Nuruddin Haji? Because when JB Moturi's son was abducted and went to State House, he said Nuruddin was the one who was called.
Yes.
And the son was released. So he just described some people in government who do very illegal and immoral things in the name of the president.
Even people in the Nazi era, those guys were highly intelligent, but they did some very immoral stuff.
You know, it is good we discuss this because Bonnie wants to be president.
Yes.
So, Bonnie, do I hear you to be saying that when you become president,
yes,
that there'll be no abductions?
I will not kill Kenyans. I will not abduct Kenyans. I will follow the rule of law.
Isn't that what this current president said before he was elected?
Kwanza, in very bold terms.
No, but
is this not what President Uhuru told us before he came into power?
You know, the truth is, you have to look at people's past before you believe what they're saying. Because before both of them became president and deputy president, what were the accusations?
ICC and many others.
Yes, and then what did Bensouda say? The case was dropped because witnesses interference, disappearing of witnesses.
Evidence manenos.
So that means they played the country. The problem with Kenyans is that you do not interrogate people's past. We are very superficial. We look at things at surface level. And if you had done our homework,
yes,
we wouldn't have elected them. I think Kenya would be now like Somalia today if you had made the mistake of electing Uhuru in 2002. At least by the time we got him as an incompetent president in 2013.
Yeah.
At least Kibaki had done a bit of work so that this guy could come and spoil what he had done. And and what is actually annoying me is that he still wants to come back to power through Matiang'i.
Okay.
I'm like, why can't you just be satisfied that you failed our country, you destroyed our country, just retire in peace and go lose weight?
You know, Bonnie, one of the things that is easy to do is what you're doing now.
Yes.
Finding fault. We have a group that calls themselves the United Opposition. Are you part of them?
No, I'm not.
Good. Because I have never seen a group of people who promote the person they want to oppose more than that group.
Yes.
When you talk about someone every day,
yes,
everything you say is about that person. Negative, but it's about that person. The late Raila Odinga was spoken of in the vilest of terms by people who did not like his way of doing things, his politics, and even himself. But what they didn't seem to see is that they were promoting the person. You keep the person in the news without them saying a word. It is you who is constantly talking about them.
But because you're trying to contrast why you're vying and the other person, you're saying, I'm coming to become your president and there'll be rule of law. I'm going to come and serve the Kenyan people. I'm going to fulfill and implement the spirit of the constitution. So by doing that, you're giving contrast. Because at the end of the day, you're not running against yourself.
How does contrast tell you that somebody is going to do better? Because why I gave you the example of Uhuru and Ruto is they spoke nicely, didn't they?
They did.
About what they're going to do.
But I also pushed back and said, did you look at their track record? Because that's the thing. That's the because before even the crimes against humanity charges, Ruto had been accused of land grabbing. He had been charged in court of law. He was even convicted for grabbing Muteshi's land and fined in court. So those are clearly out there. It's not hearsay. It's not allegations. It's very, very clear. So someone accused of land grabbing, someone accused of crimes against humanity is not even fit enough to become your house girl or houseboy. Clearly.
Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't
not employ someone like that in your house
knowingly.
Yeah, but Kenyans did actually employ 2 thieves knowingly. And they did 10 years of incompetence where we told first scandal when they got into power was free laptops for every child in class 1. That never materialized. Then they decided to go and do SGR and build an existing railway next to another railway and did a lot of fictitious compensations, and that was never investigated. On my way here, I was listening to you guys talk about ghost workers, ghost
schools.
Ghost schools. Let me tell you, I don't think we have 500,000 civil servants. It's not true. It's a lie.
How many do we have?
I think that it's way, way, way less. But we have ghost payrolls, and that's what we need to do. We need to audit the civil service because this money goes to bank accounts. Who withdraws this money?
Someone withdraws it.
There's money is not like air you cannot see. Money can be followed. You can actually follow the trail of that.
There's a footprint that is left.
Money leaves a footprint. Actually, I tell guys in my village, money do smells. Like there's a guy who became a clerk. I come from Nyeri County, Mokoroine. One of our neighbors became a clerk, and within a year there was a house, a mansion.
He had built a mansion. He was a clerk in the county government.
Yes. And I'm like, you can see that money is stolen. That you can follow the money. So one of the things I'm going to do when I become president is actually, I'm going to actually, for money recovered, because the EACC spends more money than it recovers every year. So what you're going to do is actually give whistleblowers a cut of what is recovered.
Yes.
So if you know where the money has been stolen is hidden, or even in land, a percentage of what is recovered is given to those whistleblowers, and also protection.
Okay, because that was my next question.
Oh, you're going to ask. I was a Bonnie. I am your friend.
Yes.
And I'm going to ask you very difficult questions today.
I'll make an attempt to answer.
But I'm preambling it with you are my friend. But I'm going
so that you after that politeness.
No, it's not that. It's not that. Bonnie and I have honest conversations, and I want us to have one for the public to hear this honest conversation that he and I have. Bonnie, what policies do you have that, if were to be put in place, would change the economic livelihood of the citizens of this country?
So my starting point actually is Article 3 of the Constitution, that I want to guarantee every person born in this country and every child has access to free education. That is number one. And that's from kindergarten to university, that everyone who goes to school is given free education. And that is guaranteed in the Constitution.
Okay.
Number two is healthcare. So to ensure everyone is healthy, everyone is actually safe from preventable diseases and curable diseases and avoidable deaths. And number three, sanitation. So this country have about 20 million Kenyans who don't have access to clean water. So ensure everyone has clean drinking water in every household. That does not mean that if you run a multinational or a company or a hotel, the water is free. But for your household use, you get free water for everyone. Now, economically, the reason why this country is sinking is because of, number one, this country is not safe for investments. People don't invest in a country where there's no rule of law, where there's insecurity. So you may need to make the country conducive for investors. We need to be able to ensure that we need to manufacture, we need to make electricity cheaper. So people are not moving their businesses to Ethiopia to go and start manufacturing in Ethiopia. We need to go back to production of pyrethrum, cotton. That means that we empower farmers to be able to get cheap farm inputs, to be able to produce. And then the other thing is access to markets. We import mangoes and apples from Egypt, which is a desert. So ensure that production of fruits in this country is actually all year round. The other thing is actually Kibaki attempted with kazi kwa vijana, everyone has been an attempt. But the other thing you have that the cost of doing business in this country is very high. You have like 50 licenses. That needs to be removed. Farmers they farm their produce, they have to pay for cess. They don't need to pay for cess. As a country, the money we collect in taxes is more than enough to run this country. At the moment, we have a 2.4 trillion budget. But the money is going to servicing loans and credit expenditure. The cost of running this government is too high. And then it needs to be reduced to a level where it's manageable. We pay first world salaries in a third world country. That should stop. Our biggest expense in this country is vehicles and fuels and travels and per diems and conferences and things that don't add any value to the GDP. So we need to actually have an honest conversation and say, how do we move this country forward? But I know that I don't know everything. And that is why I'm going to actually have a team of advisors and experts to advise me.
Yes.
What I want to do is become a team lead to give this country a moral compass and take it back to have a country of integrity.
A while back, you ran for MP, and then it was what, Starehe?
Starehe 2017.
The people of that constituency didn't vote for you.
No, there's some chief.
What I mean is he didn't win the election. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Sitting as semantics. But anyway.
No, but you can't say they didn't vote for him. and people actually voted for him.
What sasa ni Landi story.
Yes.
Land it.
So at that particular time, how are you going to change your strategy? Because clearly something that time didn't work. What strategy do you have that is different for an entire country in terms of winning the vote?
All right. So Starehe was a learning curve. I learned a lot of lessons from Starehe. If I wanted to become a member of parliament in 2017, I would have by joining a popular party. If I wanted to become a member of parliament in 2022, I would have by joining a popular party. But I don't want to compromise my values and morals to become a member of parliament. So what plan do I have? In the 2022 elections, there were about 14 million voters. But what people don't talk about is the 10 million Kenyans who did not vote. So apathy won in 2022.
Yeah.
So my task is I need to go and look for these silent voters. They don't go to rallies. They do not have a reason to vote because they thought there's no need to choose between lesser evil. They saw two evils are like lesser evil is still evil. So my work is to try and get these 10 million Kenyans to listen to me and to believe in what I'm trying to do for this country and to elect me. Then the other people that I'm trying to look for votes from is the 8 million young Kenyans who are Gen Zs who don't have a voter's card. So one of the things that I'm trying to do is get young people to register to vote. So that
first of all, get IDs.
Get IDs.
Yes.
But actually, the 8 million that I'm talking about have ID cards.
Oh.
But they don't have voters' cards.
All right.
So if you can get these 8 young million Kenyans to get to get voters' cards, and the 10 million apathetic voters, that's 18 million Kenyans. And then you have a bit of disgruntled 15 million here who either voted for Raila Odinga or Ruto who are not happy about the state of the country. My approach is, I want Kenyans to imagine a new country. Like Kenya can be better, and we can actually build a new country, and ask ourselves, who among the people who are vying today can take us to this new country, and then those people can take us to the new Kenya, because Kenya as it is right now doesn't work for anyone apart from the politicians and the people who have money. But the majority of Kenyans are struggling to survive every single day.
You know, I've heard over and over and over again that there's like this invisible entity that decides what happens in this country. Call it deep state, call it cartels, whatever you want to call it. Give it whatever name. But there's this invisible entity that decides. What you're saying is very solid and very sound in terms of your economic agenda, in terms of even what you've spoken about, healthcare, education, and very sound. Do you think that entity wants that kind of leadership?
No, they don't. The people who benefit from the way Kenya is today don't want change. And that is the reason why they fund the politicians. If you look at the IBC says if you're running for president, you should spend about 5 billion shillings, which I don't even have. But I had one of the politicians, I don't want to mention his name, saying if you have 100 billion, it's not even enough to get elected as president. We must remove money from politics and just bring values, because money just destroys everything. This current parliament has the highest number of wash people, money launderers, drug dealers. Like it's one of the worst parliament ever in the history of our country.
Is it one of the worst, or is it the worst?
It's the previous one under Uhuru Pia was bad. Progressively, we have sunk lower and lower and lower as a country. And there's a dumbing down of our politics that we should be very afraid of. When a clown is told to become a senator or a member of parliament, there's a problem. Because they're not there to serve the Kenyan people. They're there to please their master. And I was telling a friend something in lunch when I was working for Azimio. I didn't know this. There's something called a signing fee. Did you know that?
Signing fee for what?
So when a politician defects from one party to another party, and they go to a bigger party, the leader of the party pays them to join their party.
That's
or like the way they do it in football.
Yes. Transfer fee. So when someone decides I'm defecting, I'm going to go and work for candidate X, you say, me, I want 5 million, 10 million, 20 million.
Unajengo.
Some people even ask, supporting you, I might lose my seat. Give me the value of the 5 years I'm going to earn.
Okay.
They just do that. So when you see these defections happening right, left, and center, it's money. It's just so bad. It's so murky. So when your state house is spending 3-4 billion and there's a delegation, people go there and live with envelopes. I know Mtata has been on this show.
Yes. And Mtata hasn't come yet.
Invite him.
Yes.
He was telling me, he's a friend of mine, and he was telling me the day they're impeaching Rigathi.
Yes.
He says you could have thought everyone in parliament had bought a laptop, because everyone was given 5 million shillings. Everyone was given money.
Or they left with envelopes and briefcases.
No. Laptop bags.
That's how the money was delivered.
So they were given 3 million before they voted, 2 million after voting. People walking around with bags.
What did Mtata do with his?
He did not. He voted. He did not vote. He did not impeach. He did not impeach. The people impeached, they were given money, because so Parliament has become an auction house, and that's what I'm saying. Money has destroyed our politics. Because, for example, the passport thing, giving terrorists and warlords our passports, that is an impeachable offense. That's not going to a rally to say, amefanya. The people who are saying linda wananchi should linda our country. Go and start a motion in parliament. You're a member of parliament, you're a member of senate, say this is an impeachable offense. You might fail, but you'll have tried, and then we can tell who among these people who are saying Ruto must go is on our side. There should be an attempt to impeach this president. Rallies are fine, but we have parliamentarians who are supposed to oversight and hold the executive accountable.
Yes.
They should do that.
Boni, you've already said that money has messed up our... Yes, money has contributed significantly.
Yes.
But I am of this view, it is impunity more than money. when people know they can do wrong and get away with it, they encourage each other to do more wrong.
True.
And the pilfering of the resources of government points to that.
Yes.
Because somebody who has an idea and who understands that they might be caught will not go around stealing because they know what the repercussions will be. But when somebody not thinks, knows they will get away, that is when we hear of all these things we keep discussing all the time. Whether it is in the county government, whether it's in the national government, because they know the real harm is done because we have entrenched impunity. That is my view.
And I hear you. Hold this.
You want me to hold this?
Yes.
Why do you want me to hold this, Bonnie?
So this is what I propose.
I see where you're going with this.
So I saw in January, Ruto was saying that we must introduce the death penalty for drug dealers and traffickers. But I agree. But I also want to push this further. We need to change the law. We need to hang, public hanging of economic thieves. People who have destroyed, stolen money for SHA, money for education, money for roads. The people who...
Hang.
Public hanging.
So why am I holding this thing, Bonnie?
So we must introduce Nyonga how? We must introduce the noose.
Bonnie.
Tutanyonga how? You know, that is where... So they know when they're stealing, wanacheza na shingo.
As president, would you make sure this happens?
That's yes. As let me say, the laws as they are, they work.
Yeah.
But the law that I want changed is the one about economic thieves, because these people, what they do, they have so much money, they mess even our judiciary. I'll give you an example. Kamlesh Patni.
Yes.
Is one introduced money into newsrooms.
Brother Paul.
The moment the Goldenberg scandal came out, envelopes and money to politicians, people who didn't even know. Even Jaramogi was given money and he didn't know it came from Kamlesh. Because there's so much money. And that messed our judiciary. And Kamlesh was never convicted. But you know very well that our economy sank and you had the highest inflation because of Goldenberg. And guess who was hounded?
Who?
David Monyake.
The whistleblower.
He died... he was depressed, alcoholic. He was hounded until he died as a young man. Brother Paul is still around in this country.
There was a compadre of his who also worked for the central bank at that time. This man was actually the one in charge of foreign exchange. He was called Francis Lucorito. That man lost his job and was never employed again.
For whistleblowing?
It was his department. He handled those things.
Something happens to whistleblowers.
We should have hanged Kamlesh in public. So me, I'm saying Uhuru Park. We'll have a hanging stage for economic thieves. So you know that the moment unaenda kuiba pesa ya umma, unajua unacheza na shingo yako. The moment it's that punitive, people will be afraid because they want to die. So City, shingo yende.
What you're saying is something that is practiced in China.
Yes.
There they shoot you. When you consider every problem that we speak of, whether it is an absence of medical supplies within the country, the economy within our hospital, when we speak of shortages in schools, it is because money that is intended for these very purposes are taken. Anytime you hear of people dying of hunger because there isn't sufficient relief, any problem that you have in a country can be traced to money that was intended to provide that service that somebody has actually apportioned to themselves. So yes, so that crime, why it is a crime, and this one I'm in agreement with you. The crime against the hanging bit, I'm not. I prefer the shooting.
It's a good one.
The crime, it's called a crime against humanity. You know why? You are not very different from somebody who's committed genocide. You are killing people in large numbers simply because you, by your theft, you've denied them that thing which would have enabled them to live that good life. So it is a crime against humanity. There I'm in agreement with you.
Do you know how many young kids are in prison today because they didn't get an education, didn't get a job, and they became thieves? There's so many. And every single day in this country, we lynch mobile snatchers,
wezi wa kuku,
mtu ambao pickpocketers. If they're caught, they're killed on
yesterday some two were killed and burnt in Lavington area. Motorbike, they were known to be people who wakona pikipiki wanaibia watu. They died.
So why do we elect thieves? So basically poor people hate thieves, but there's a place where they start loving rich thieves.
But there's something here which bothers me. When I'm going back to 2024.
Yes.
In 2024, I cannot remember anybody who was more visible than you.
Yes.
I cannot remember. Maybe I can't remember because I know you, so I could see you more often.
Yes.
But I saw somebody has been shot. I was seeing Bonnie carrying this person. Bonnie's taking this. There's nobody who supported that 2024 movement who was as visible as you. Then you announce your presidency. I've been speaking about it here, and I said, this group that you are looking for votes from, these Gen Zs, they are an untested lot. Yes, they are untested. It is not that they came out and could protest means they are able to actually take a stand. That we have seen, but they're untested. I see the quarrels they have with other people who have known during that period of time. There's a gentleman called that gentleman who comes here who speaks much English.
Kasmuel.
Yes, exactly. Kasmuel speaks nicely, but the hatred that is directed towards that man shocks me. It's shocking.
You're forgetting another one. Morara mpaka kafika mali he pulled back.
Yeah, I was ulikuwa naenda step by step. So I am saying
Khalif Cairo mambo ilienda hivi sasa hata yeye sijui yako wapi.
Now, these are the people you're hoping. What is this thing that you hope to tell these people, that this group of people, that will make them understand that your presidency may actually bring about the change that they want?
So number one, I'm a man of faith. And faith is about belief. And faith also gives you a foundation that you can hope for things that you cannot see. And I believe that I can be able to.
It is the assurance of things not seen. Yes, exactly. The hope for things. Anyway,
semantics.
Sicha na kwanga hivyo.
But mwalimu, he's a teacher.
When you talk about Hebrews chapter 11, that is what he was talking about.
Wacha amalize.
So there is 17 months between now and the elections.
Right.
And I have enough time to be able to speak to young people and even do something called the People's Manifesto. So this thing about nyonga hawa watu, I'm taking to the people for them to agree actually. Is that what they want? Or do they want these guys to be life in prison? Then wanakata nyasi Uhuru Highway. So asubuhi unapata some former minister ndio naosha barabara hapo. So as a way to see that crime doesn't pay.
Yes.
So I hope to engage these young people. These young people did a referendum or a vote of no confidence 2024 and said this government is illegitimate and does not represent us. And they have kept that constantly. Ruto Must Go was not coined by a politician, was not coined by Boniface Mwangi, was coined by the people in the streets when they went to reject finance bill. And they said this man cannot kill us and lead us. So these same young people know very well they don't want Ruto as their next president. And also they don't see that these people who are going to rally speak for them. So I know people like, I've been to many political rallies. I've been a politician. I'm now a politician. And I can tell you, it's rarely that you see organic crowds in a rally. 70 to 80% are paid crowds.
They've been incentivized.
You mobilize people through money. But there are Kenyans who don't go to political rallies. There are Kenyans who don't comment online. And those Kenyans do vote. That is a silent majority. And I'm saying, how do I reach the silent majority?
Yes.
Whether it's going to be in the churches, in the chamas, in book clubs, in bars, in mosques, in youth groups. I'm going to go where they are. So I'm not going to do like mass mobilization. I'm going to do door to door in a way to talk to people. And if they can imagine a new Kenya and imagine me as the president, they'll elect me.
I have a question on this Ruto Must Go one-term thing. Because we saw some by-elections last week.
Yes.
And actually there were 4 positions, 3 MCAs and 1 MP. Bwana hizo vitu zote zilichukuliwa na UDA.
How much did they pay the voters? You see, people don't, a by-election is not a judgment of the elections.
Really?
It's not.
Who says so, Bonnie?
I'm saying that because there's, if you look at was it the Mbere one?
Yes.
The one that they say the vote was costing like 4,000 shillings.
Are you talking about the Wamudende MP where he won?
Yeah, where someone who clearly has a crooked past gets to have so much money to buy. And it was actually, so the you know, one of the things is called show of strength.
Yes.
Like when you're weak, you try to show strength. And that, if you look at geopolitics, Trump is trying to show strength by bombing Iran. It's when you're weak, you try to do that. For example, if you want to understand that Ruto is a very unpopular president and he has lost his mandate, Ruto is never in office. He's always on top of a vehicle trying to appeal to voters. Like, he's consistently on the road because he knows he has lost the country. So he thinks by going on the road, he might convince them to vote for him.
But is this not the same thing he did in the last 5 years?
When he was DP?
Exactly. And then did he not end up being president?
But you know, if that election, because I was part of the team that lost that election, I don't think he wanted to win the election. You know the difference, 200,000 votes. And it was dubious. It was a dubious win. But I don't think our candidate, our principal, wanted to win the elections, because I don't think he ever cared about winning elections. But that's beside the point. But I'm just saying, he has taken money from IMF and World Bank to give this Nyota Fund, to create the Nyota Fund and give out money. He's already borrowing money so that he can...
No, that money is not borrowed, Bonnie. The Nyota Fund is not borrowed.
World Bank grant.
It's a grant, Bonnie.
Part of that money is borrowed. Look it up.
Actually, people have been saying this.
Yes, but why don't they provide the evidence that it has been borrowed? It's a grant. I even know the people who wrote the grant. I know how the money came in. I know how the training is being done. It's a grant. A grant as in umepewa.
Pesa ya bure.
Pesa ya World Bank haikuwagi bure. The only thing is hutailipa.
So,
it is, we're not paying back that money.
What does that mean?
So are we saying that the World Bank is so generous?
No. My friend, we've been receiving grants for very many things in this country. JKUAT is a grant. Kama hukujua, wacha nikwambie sasa. It's a grant. There are very many developments within the country that were given to us. Hatulipi chochote, tulipewa.
What are the strings attached?
There are always strings attached with anything that we get, because when you're talking of geopolitics, how do you spread your sphere of influence? By giving out help. This school that we call Kenya Science, it was built by the Swedes. We'll talk about it.
Yes.
Grant. We have very many examples in this country where grant money has come in.
But see World Bank grants.
World Bank, this isn't the first time.
The Japanese.
I'm trying to explain to you. The Japanese also lend money. The Swedes also lend money. When it is a grant, call it a grant. It is a loan, call it a loan. It was not a loan.
I'm going to look it up too.
Please look it up.
I'm going to fact check you.
No, please fact check. It is not a loan. It is a grant. Yes.
Okay.
Someone is saying, as you look for that content, Job Kola amesema, no, where do I start? Let me start from Elijah. Elijah amesema, if you tell me why should I listen to Boniface Mwangi, who calls people fools, including our security? Do you call these people fools?
I do.
Why, Bonnie?
Including the security?
No. For example, if you have a foolish encounter or someone behaves in a foolish way, you have to do that. You have to respond in the similar manner.
Okay.
So, you see, me, I'm not coming to come and lie to you.
Yeah.
I have no time for that. I do not have time to come and lie to you. If someone is a fool, I call them a fool. Yeah.
Bonnie, I agree that it is important that one should speak their mind. You are vying for president, aren't you?
Yes, I'm vying for president.
And you're still going to be calling people fools as you're vying for president?
Yes, but at the same time, if I believe that what you're doing is a foolish, wrong, or a lie,
you will say so.
I've been known. Even the party that I found is called Kweli Party. My foundation is truth. You see, let me tell you.
Yes.
I want to go home and sleep without any stimulants, because I'm living a lie. If I wanted to become a member of parliament or a cabinet minister in this government or the last one, I would have, just by lying to the person who is in charge. But I cannot do that. I don't stoop down or lower my values so that people can vote for me. I know elections are a popularity contest.
Yes.
But I need to be a truthful contest for the first time.
Have you ever, by the way, been offered money by politicians, say a president or a minister?
Too many times. When I left the Standard and I was 2008, and there was the ICC case.
Yes.
2011, 2012. and there were some people in government who were taken to the ICC. I was approached to go to become a defense witness and say that what I covered and documented was what do you call it, spontaneous reaction to the elections, wasn't premeditated, wasn't organized in return for money. And I said no.
How much money were you offered?
I did not discuss the money. And I say this, the moment you go to discussion means you're thinking about
also you didn't allow even them to tell you take 10 million or 5 or 50.
I don't want blood money. I don't want blood money.
You know, Boni, the task you put yourself is an interesting one.
Yeah.
An honest task. An honest task as well.
Yes.
The Kenyan voter, as we know them, like to be lied to.
Yes.
They actually enjoy being entertained by lies.
Yes.
They actually enjoy the prospect of hearing promises that even they know this one actually can't happen.
Yes.
But it is nice to listen to what this person is being said. How do you get them to actually change the way they view the politician and accommodate the truth? I say this because people fear the truth. And if they fear the truth and you speak the truth, how on earth will you get voted? How will you get elected?
Sasa mimi nakwambia kama for example, askari wengi ukiingia pa DCI Kilimani, tuko in Kilimani, DCI Kilimani. The DCI office in Kilimani ni nyumba ya mabati.
Yes, it is. Unaingia gate on the left iko hapo.
Kuna nyumba ni nyumba ya mabati. And then wewe unatumwa hapo kwenda kupiga raia na kuua raia. The majority of officers live in very small houses and they share rooms. And they still oppress the people. So sometimes when you tell them the truth, they just become upset. I say the majority of Kenya police officers in this country live worse than dogs. And they get upset. But there are people who dogs live very well in Kilimani. Na polisi anaishi kwa nyumba ya mabati. There's a guy, there's Unihuts. Someone has had a contract to provide those mabati houses in the 50s. We're in 2025. So when you push back and ask officers, what is the problem? Why don't you behave in a better way? They become upset.
Okay.
So my role is, let me tell you, as I run for president, I'm going to make Kenyans imagine of a country that everyone is equal, a country that works. And I'm going to paint that picture and tell them how it's going to be done. Now, if they don't elect me, these truths will live forever. So I'm not going to change my stand momentarily so that I can get elected or I can be considered a viable choice.
Yeah.
I don't mind being unpopular as long as I'm saying the truth. And I want the silent majority who did not vote in the last election to listen to me. We can take back our country.
We know Kenyans are angry for sure.
Yes.
At least many of them, because we see them on social media. We see the hashtags. We see the pictures, the AI photos that they post. Clearly, there's something that they want and they want change. But do you think they are hungry enough to effect that change in 2027?
They are. They are. The mood of the country has changed. Let me tell you, power has left Ruto. He might walk around with 50 police officers. He might try to try and do cool moves and trying to look cool and with it, but power has left him.
Bonnie, when you say it has left him, at what point did he have it?
When he had a window. I remember I came to a show in 2023 or 2024, early 2024, and I said, and I think you asked me, what can you say has achieved? What can you say about Ruto's government that is positive? And I said, for the first time in a long time, we had the lowest number of extrajudicial killings. But I spoke too soon. Because by end of 2024, he had killed too many people. But I said, for the first time in the
history,
we had less killings when Ruto became president in his first year.
That you said.
There was no enforced disappearances. There was no Rivayala. There were arresting suspects or not shooting them. There was Kidogo too. Then he went. Let me tell you, the protest in 2024 did not start as Ruto must go.
No, it did not.
It was a reject finance bill.
Yes.
So he still had a mandate from the people. People thought, you know what, let's give him a chance. Hustlers still thought, this country is going to work for us. People who, regard had promised us, when you get drunk, you're going to be given a ride by the police car. I remember that.
I remember.
So we're in a bit of a utopia. Actually, me, I was enjoying, I was selling land. I was living my life like, yeah, we cool. Then we had Ndi vomiting in our mouths and saying all manner of things. I'm like, what's happening in this country? telling us you did not get elected to fight corruption. That wasn't even our agenda. I'm like, no, hold on a minute. That is actually part of your job. But yeah.
Bonnie, thank you so much for coming
before
through.
You go, no, mnataka kunifukuza.
Hatukufukuzi, time imeisha.
Sasa hii ni manifesto yangu.
Okay.
Achani niwaachie. At the back is what I'm hoping that we can achieve.
Looks like money, looks like currency.
Yeah, it's currency. You can cash it in 2027.
Okay.
So at the back is a pledge that you're not going to sell your vote. Sitio ni mtu wa kizungu. Tusome tu niende. Ndio wasikilizaji wajue.
Hii pledge yako. I love my country Kenya and I will never allow corrupt politicians to destroy it. I pledge to fight for a peaceful, just and united Kenya. On August 10th, 2027, I will join my fellow citizens to vote for genuine change from MCA to the presidency. We will build a nation free from poverty, injustice, and corruption. I will not elect a leader based on tribe or be bribed to sell my vote. My vote is my power to change Kenya for the better. Together, we will build a new Kenya that works for all of us. Bas.
That's all.
Yeah.
If that works, Kenya is fixed.
Thank you so much.
I'm going to invite you again.
Yes.
Because now I want you to go into depth about what you want to do. Because what you've done is given us an outline.
We want to see Bonnie the presidential candidate because we know Bonnie the activist.
Yes.
And he's an amazing guy.
Yes.
But now we want to see Bonnie the future president of Kenya.
And I'll still be an activist.
Yes.
For president.
Karibu sana. This is where we come to a close, guys. As far as this conversation is concerned, do stand by because in the next couple of minutes, we're hosting Dr. Fiona Garachu. What is she talking about? History and the impact of the Iran-Israel war. Don't go too far. We'll be right back.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Lawyer and Kethawa National Secretary Ndungu Wangenye claims Kenya's shift to junior and senior school under the new competency-based education system started on the wrong footing. He says poor planning, delayed public participation, and lack of proper infrastructure have led to confusion, especially now as the country prepares for grade 10 placements and learning under the new structure.
Because they don't even have enrollment. I'm telling you, there are facilities that are even beyond. Are we together? And because the anticipation was the junior school will be domiciled in senior school, so there was massive investment, and that is why I was telling Buvi, this started wrong. We started like haphazardly. Then before we did public participation, before we prepared the teachers, the equipment, the investment we have done there has now to shift back. And this theory, we must keep on pampering on people's minds so that they understand where we were. The junior school was not supposed to be domiciled in primary school initially, as per the people who started. They had anticipated that senior school, like if it's Machakos Boys High School, would have 6 classes, right from grade 7, 8, 9, 10, and 12.
Law Society of Kenya President Charles Kanjama says they will push for the creation of a judiciary police enforcement unit to help ensure court orders are followed. He says the proposed unit would work closely with the National Police Service but operate under the guidance of the judiciary to make sure court rulings are properly enforced and obeyed. He was speaking during an interview on Citizen TV.
And there are various strategies we are going to put in place, including one that I mentioned the other day, where we are going to push for the creation of a judiciary police enforcement unit that can assist with the enforcement of court orders, coordinate with the General Police Service, and be under the guidance of the judiciary so that court orders are obeyed. And this includes court orders that are being disobeyed even by members of the public, by private sector as well as public sector.
An autopsy has confirmed that 6 people, among them Emurua Dikir Member of Parliament Johanna Ngeno, died from multiple injuries and severe burns following a helicopter crash in Nandi County on Saturday afternoon. Chief Government Pathologist Johnson Odur said the impact of the crash was so severe that the victims could not survive. He said the bodies had varying levels of injuries causing their deaths.
So in summary, there were 6 victims. One of them was the late MP, Jonah Ngeno. the pilot and the other persons who are with him in the helicopter. And upon looking at the bodies had varying levels of injuries, which varied from head injuries, chest injuries, and spinal injuries. There are also varying levels of burns. Some were burns beyond more than others, but they were identifiable.
The Director of Public Prosecution has charged a man for killing his brother in Kakamega County. Denmark Kabungana appeared before the High Court in Kakamega, where he was accused of murdering Silas Abungana at Masiakali village in February this year. Silas was a well-known footballer who played for Kakamega Homeboys. At the time of his death, the accused denied the charge before Justice Alice Bett. He will remain in custody until March 16, 2026, when the court will decide whether he will be released on bail. French President Emmanuel Macron says France does not support the recent military strikes carried out by the United States and Israel, calling them actions taken outside international law. In a televised address, Macron warned that the conflict sparked by the strikes is spreading across the Middle East and could threaten regional peace and security. He also confirmed that France is sending its aircraft carrier, the Charles de Gaulle, to the Mediterranean Sea in response to the worsening situation. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Very good morning to you and welcome back to Radio Generation. The time right now is 12 minutes past 9 o'clock. We want to talk about the impact of the Iran-Israeli war and perhaps even other wars, because there are several currently ongoing, Mara, Ukraine, and zingine Professor Tatuambia. Now, in studio, we do have Dr. Fiona Garachu. She is the Assistant Professor Development Studies, Department of International Relations at the United States International University. Prof, good morning and welcome to Radio Generation.
Morning. Thank you for having me.
We see the first time actually we heard of a war that can actually affect us on this side of the globe is during the Ukraine-Russia war. And initially we didn't really see the impact of, because we were saying watu wako mbali sana. They're very far.
Yes.
I mean, surely there are several oceans away.
Several continents.
Exactly, and continents in between. So we really have got nothing to worry about. Yet here we are, Kenyans currently serving in Russia.
Yes.
Some apparently forced, some have gone there on their own volition. Just how bad can a war be for the entire globe? Let's start with the Ukraine-Russia war.
You see, the thing is, it's a misconception to say, oh, that is far away, it's the other side of the world, it doesn't affect us. Because what we say, for example, in academics or in academia, the global is not the local. Because of globalization, we are interconnected. I tell my students a very interesting story of, there's a time I was in the UK and for a whole week there was no bread. Yeah. And I'm like, mkate nakosa UK aje. But a ship had sunk coming from Brazil, because the UK gets most of its wheat from Brazil.
Right.
So you wouldn't think something happening like that would affect another country. So anything that's happening in the world has a potential impact on Kenya.
Yeah.
And if you're talking about the Russia-Ukraine war, as you've just said, the fact that we have people aligned with Russia and Russian agents recruiting Kenyans, offering them jobs in Russia. And of course, Kenyans, we hear a job, we go. We are very hardworking. But then you get to Russia, and as we've seen with a couple of cases, you're told to sign a contract in Russian.
Yes.
And you're sent to the front line.
Right.
Because of the need of Russian soldiers there. Also, Russia is looking, both Russia and for that matter, even Iran, they have been looking, Africa has become, so to speak, one of the strategic areas of the world.
Yes.
They've been looking for alliances in Africa for various reasons. Apart from resources, it's also, we have a huge voting power in the UN General Assembly. We're 54 countries. So we have become quite important in this global world as a continent.
Yes.
So Russia is looking for not only the resources, but the strategic alliances in terms of having that diplomatic support from African countries. So we cannot say it's so far away, we are so divorced. Even if it's in China, it can affect us.
It can affect us.
Even looking at, because what started, instability in the oil prices was the Russia-Ukraine war. We saw a surge in oil prices, a surge in prices of wheat, because I didn't know Ukraine contributes 40% of global wheat. Who knew? Of course, South Africa contributes.
Until then.
Then you're like, if you miss bread, it's because there's a war in Ukraine.
Imagine
so
that.
That's how interconnected we are.
Actually, Situ was just telling us yesterday, and he mentioned something to the effect of Kenya is very strategic, and if we plan ourselves well, we could actually become a hub, for example, for transportation. Right now, as it is, the Gulf states are looking for where to land their planes because of the situation that they're currently facing.
Exactly.
And I was reading somewhere that now, we're actually hosting some of this particular traffic because of that situation. I mean, we could have done better had we had better airports than what we have, but we are getting somewhere.
Yeah, we've actually always been a strategic hub. One question I asked my students, why was, especially during President Moi's time, why was America so interested in us democratizing? Because America doesn't care about dictators as long as you align with their objectives.
Yes.
It's because Kenya has always been a strategic hub, especially security-wise. Not only are we the center of Africa, we are around the Horn of Africa. And we've been the most stable democracy in the Horn of Africa and in East and Central Africa, for that matter. So we have always had that strategic importance for the rest of the world. Especially when you're looking at America as our very strong ally, whether you agree or not.
Yes.
We are an American ally.
Yeah.
And that's one of the, I think, fears that's emerging with this conflict. Because my friend told me the other day, she read an article, you know how if you marry an American, you can go there on a spousal visa and become a citizen.
Right.
You might have noticed recently, about a couple of days ago, there was an article saying that's no longer going to apply to most African countries. So if you look at the East Africa community, all the other countries, you can no longer take your spouse to America and they automatically become a citizen. Oh, but Kenya, you can take your spouse.
Yes.
Again, because we've always been an ally.
What is so special about us? Still on this America spousal issue and other visa requirements. What is so special? Because we have seen also other countries being sanctioned for various reasons. What is so special about us?
It's not necessarily what is so special. It's about our strategic position. So, for example, in the East Africa community, if you look at it historically, we were always capitalist. Remember, Uganda had its issues with the various dictators, Obote, Idi Amin, and Idi Amin was very anti-Western. Tanzania was socialist / communist, so to speak. They were never going to be an ally. Even if you go outside the East Africa community, Ethiopia was communist. So Kenya was the bulwark for America.
Yes.
Remember, we also have a port. We're very strategic. We're also close to the Middle East. We are at the border of Somalia, Ethiopia, close to Djibouti, Uganda, Tanzania, etc. So it's not that we are special, but we are special in terms of our geopolitical location. So geography is very important in politics or in international relations. Your geography can determine whether you're an ally or an enemy, or whether you're successful in, for example, poor Uganda landlocked.
Yeah.
They have to rely on Kenya.
Their president said they own the ocean.
What?
They told us tusikue na haraka.
But all the way, there's a corridor until Mombasa.
Yes.
I don't know.
Yes.
But it's more our geostrategic location that has appealed us to, so to speak, the Western world, especially America, but also Europe and also the Middle East. Because if you notice, in the last 5 years, Iran has been making overtures to East Africa and East African
You're
countries.
very right. Yes, their president was actually here.
Exactly.
Yes.
So, and that's again because of our geostrategic location. We are quite close to the Middle East. We also export a lot of our, talking about impact of the wars, we export a lot of our tea. In fact, our majority tea is exported to the Middle East, Yemen, Saudi Arabia. I used to think it's Europe until I found out, no. Actually, a friend of a friend works for the tea auction.
It is, start with Sudan.
Exactly.
Egypt, and then go to the Middle East.
Exactly. But now there's a conflict in the Middle East.
Yeah.
What's going to happen to our tea exports? That's a huge question mark.
And we had a very big contract. I think it's 56 billion Kenyan shillings worth of tea. Yes, a contract we had with Iran.
What,
Iran.
Yearly, like for a specific period, like 5 years.
Bro, it's in 56 billion.
Yeah.
Sasa nyie endeleeni tu kupeana chai.
Mpaka 56 billion ifike.
Back to 56 billion. Yes.
So what happens to those contracts?
Okay.
Do they disappear? Do we? And that's why any conflict in the world, trade, we are so interdependent on trade. No one is fully food secure, that we cannot ignore any kind of conflict or be potentially involved. And what's even worse is, you see the Iranian response. They are, bombing essentially military assets and bases and U.S. interests across the Middle East. That's one direct impact.
Okay.
We cannot, remember, Iran has also supported organizations that are proscribed terrorist organizations like Hezbollah and also rebels in Yemen through their proxy war with Saudi Arabia. It's not beyond the realm of possibility that they might support other terrorist organizations across the world. We still have a problem with Al-Shabaab, with Al-Qaeda.
Prof, I have a problem here.
Yeah.
And I'm going to explain why I have a problem.
Okay.
The Western world is not above propaganda.
Of course.
Neither are they not above creating a narrative that then positions them or gives them the leeway to take certain actions that they may want to take. When we talked about weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, okay, that is where I started looking at everything that is said and coming from the West in a completely different light.
Of course.
Because I believed Iraq had weapons of mass destruction.
Yeah.
And as it turned out...
Because you were told so.
Well, I was reading it. I was reading it.
Don't worry, you are not alone. I was there.
Yes.
And remember, at that time, we didn't have Al Jazeera, which provided an alternative news source to Western media.
No, we did not.
We didn't have Al Jazeera.
No, we did not. And we didn't have social media.
Exactly.
And all this that we have, we were not in the information age yet.
Yes.
But and then we went to 9/11. Okay, and the stories that have come out of 9/11 since. So you sit back and you ask, is everything we are being told about Iran really true?
The simple answer is no.
Yes, exactly.
Simple answer.
The focus on the Lockerbie plane crash that they say began the problem that the Libyan president Muammar Gaddafi had.
Yes.
The story that is left out is that there was a Libyan plane on a misty morning which lost direction, flew over Israel, was shot down. It had 147 passengers, which all died. The story is not told.
Ever.
The quarrel about Lockerbie did not start with Lockerbie.
No.
It started before Lockerbie. Okay? So again, the Western media chose to highlight Lockerbie, and then they ran away with it. Gaddafi terrorists, Gaddafi this, Gaddafi this, Gaddafi this. That is the narrative we've heard all along. We've heard that narrative about Syria. We've heard that narrative about Iraq. Now we're hearing it about Iran.
Yes, and just as you're saying, it is. You have to look at it this way. It's what you're told is happening by the Western media. Essentially, the window dressing and reason for this war, which from America and Israel is there was an imminent attack coming from that was going to come from Iran. From 1996, they've been saying there's an imminent attack. And from 1996, 30 solid years. There's always, every year there's an imminent attack. Or every year they're developing nuclear weapons for 30 solid years. Of course, you cry wolf a bit too many times.
Yeah.
We don't believe you.
Oh, no, this is not too many times.
In that time, it's not one, two, I think there are 3 Iranian generals who've been killed.
More. In fact, more.
They have targeted buildings where certain Iranian leaders are. There is not one mention of the Iranians attacking and killing people within Israel. Unless you know of one such attack.
No.
I don't. Okay?
Because it's rhetoric. Yes.
So, how then do you explain, because they explained as defense, but okay, when you're defending, it means someone is attacking you. So, how did they attack you? Okay? And then the other narrative, you must understand, Iranians are Persians. Okay? Iran has a very large Christian population. Iran also has a very large Jewish population. The numbers have reduced over time because of all these narratives that we keep hearing of. But the question that one must then ask, where does the narrative of since we're talking narratives, the larger Israel lie? Because all these wars that we keep seeing, all these agitations, there are those who are of the view that these are to create what they will call a larger
a greater Israel.
Yes, yes.
There's been that narrative. And if I go back, I mean, this is why history is important. Because
Yes.
when I go back historically looking at the Iran-Israel/America conflict, ironically, Iran from 1948 to 1979, they were a covert ally of Israel and an open ally of the US.
Yes.
Through when the Shah was in power.
Yes.
In fact, when they discovered oil in Iran, it's British and US companies that were coming in. And ironically, again, that was the reason, one of the reasons the Shah was overthrown. Because a lot of the people, especially the more Islamist-leaning people, because at the time Iran was quite secular,
Yes.
were like, why are you selling us to the Western foreigner? You're selling our resources. But they were an ally of Israel to combat Soviet Union power and Arab nationalism. And remember, like Mr. Muga here said, Iran is Persian and Shia. Saudi Arabia, for example, is Sunni.
Yes.
And there's always been that conflict between those two particular sides.
Yes.
So with the revolution in 1978, all former alliances disappeared. And ideologically especially, as we're talking about narratives, Iran became a key enemy of Israel. They did not recognize the state of Israel anymore. They said Israel is a colonial state.
Actually, at one point, they were saying they need to eradicate.
Drive it to the sea.
Yes.
And this is a part of the reason for Israeli aggression towards Iran. Now, yes, they've never been a direct attack of Iran to Israel, but there's been on the opposite side for various reasons. And then Iran prefers to use essentially proxies or proxy conflicts. That's why they support Hezbollah, because Hezbollah has also always been in conflict with Israel as an organization. They've supported rebels in Yemen, and that's a proxy war between the Sunni in Saudi and the Iranian the Shia in Iran.
It's a small little Middle East problem
Yeah.
that Sunnis and Shias are having among themselves, isn't it?
Yes, but it's not that small. Because, again, this is where I tell people ideology and belief is important.
Yes.
So you can talk about all kinds of strategies and rational ideas, but it all goes back, and I feel America are not understanding this, because they're trying to achieve, first of all, a regime change by bombing a country. That's never happened in the world. This will be the first time it happens, the complete regime change. You need troops on the ground, like in Iraq. And I don't think America or Israel are willing to go that far. But then again, you are removing ideology from it. Like the Iran Revolutionary Guard Corps, IRGC, they are willing to die for their country. And that ideological belief is quite strong. So good luck
With
trying to change anything. Because Trump has been telling them, oh, I'll give you amnesty, we won't kill you, take over the government and overthrow your government.
Yes.
But he's not understanding the key Islamic ideology in Iran.
But
it's not going to work.
Consider, before I go to the Latin America, the first prime minister that Iran had was a guy called Mohammad Mossadegh.
Mossadegh, yeah.
They removed the guy. Okay? There was a period in the history of this region, even if you go there, where the Americans were very busy determining who should rule and who should not rule. That's where people like Lumumba were killed. Now let me go to Latin America. Latin America is where they supported some tin-pot dictators, some of the most vicious dictators that this planet has ever seen. They supported them. And I don't understand. I'm actually responding to what you said. I don't understand how they practice their foreign policy. Is it then a surprise that those Latin American countries became socialist?
No.
Because when they started a guerrilla warfare. When those leaders who were supported by America left, they became socialists. There was a guy in Cuba called Batista.
Yeah.
Okay? A brutal, terrible person. If that man had not been such a dictator, people like Castro would never have had a leg to stand on. But Akina Castro got the support from the people because of the person they had as a president in the first place. Now, all these decades later, they're still doing the same thing.
Because at the end of the day, America only cares, and this is not unusual in states, you only care about your national interest. And at that particular time, the national interest was supporting those dictators because they were supporting the capitalistic companies to work in those areas and extract the resources from those areas.
It doesn't.
Same with Patrice Lumumba, because Lumumba was anti-Western.
Yes, he
and
was.
they could not afford to have a Congo. First of all, they could not afford to have a stable Congo and a Congo under Patrice Lumumba. Their interests would not be, in terms of extraction of resources, would not be advocated for. So they don't care if they are completely. And of course, it's natural for a country when you have such a dictator, you're going to go the direct opposite side once a dictator leaves.
Yes.
And you're going to be, of course, hence why Cuba is anti-American. And certain Latin American countries are very anti-American for that particular reason. And you can see that, you can think that it's stupid to continue such a policy, but it has worked for America at the end of the day.
I'm glad you mentioned it has worked. How exactly has it worked?
you can say maybe it's worked and not worked. Because classically, when you see what happened in Afghanistan, because of Soviet influence, they actually supported the Taliban, or the people who became the Taliban, including Osama bin Laden. 100% supported them because of, remember, the Soviet Union invaded Afghanistan in the 10-year war. So remember, at the time Cold War, we can't have the Soviet Union winning. So we support all these Taliban, Osama, etc. But the moment that war ended, America abandoned them.
Precisely.
The reason you had an Osama bin Laden, he was abandoned by America. And that was it. He was like, okay, I'm done with this American. So, of course, it came back to bite them because what happened later? 9/11. And 9/11 can be directly traced to what America did in Afghanistan.
Actually, let's take it even further back to a time when people like Shining Path, people like Red Brigade, there were all these little groups of individuals who are predominantly young. In Shining Path was Latin America, but in the Western world, the Japanese had their own, the Italians had their own, the Germans had their own. They are what we'd call modern day terrorists / activists. But look at the trend that then followed thereafter, from young people who just want to revolt against what they're seeing to now terrorism. What had happened in the Middle East before we started hearing of terrorists bombing outlets, entities within the West? What had happened? What had happened in Lebanon?
American influence.
Precisely. You just keep asking what had happened with the Palestinians.
Yes.
Okay.
And I can have an explanation to that. You see, the problem also with foreign policy, a lot of it is very short term. And remember, there's actually a sociological study that said it's very hard for human beings in general to think past their grandchildren. We don't have long-term thinking. And unfortunately, certain states like America, it's very short-term. It's about the short-term goal. So you might achieve the short-term goal, not understanding that longer term, you're actually essentially ruining things for yourself in the longer term. So I'd say it's because American foreign policy is predicated on short-term interests. And they're not understanding the long-term goals.
You want to tell me that every single leader that comes from that country, in terms of the presidents, they never consider changing this policy that we are talking about? Because it looks like it's been very consistent since those years we've been talking about.
Yes, of course, there are certain things that will never change about, for example, a country like America, i.e. like support for Israel. Whether you have a democratic, now they have the bipolar, so to speak, or the bifurcated political system, whether it's a Democrat or a Republican.
Yeah.
Support for Israel will always be there.
You're in paramount.
Like that one is literally ceteris paribus, constant.
Right.
There are, however, certain changes because if you notice, there are certain characteristics of Republican regimes. Number one, they cut benefits to their people. Number two, they increase military spending. Number three, if you look at the last four, Reagan, Bush Senior, Bush Junior, and now Trump, they always bomb the Middle East. That's not a feature of the democratic government.
You're right, because...
and they also support big business, big industry.
Yeah, big corporations. They cut taxes for big industry.
Yes.
So we can say there are certain, as I said, like support for Israel will always be there regardless of the regime. But we cannot deny that Republican regimes in America have had more to do with this certain particular situation.
So you're saying that these guys are warmongers?
Yes, but also you need to understand, when we look at IR, states will behave in certain ways. Regardless of who's in power in government.
Okay.
And that's why revolutions don't change anything. You saw what happened with Arab Spring. You know, Egypt overthrew the dictator. What do they have now? Tunisia, it was considered the most peaceful democratic transition of the Arab Spring.
It started in Tunisia, that Arab Spring, yes.
And now what's happening in Tunisia? Protests and against the government. So revolutions actually are not revolutionary. Because what happens is it's very difficult to... essentially change the system rather than you just change the person and you stay within the same entrenched system. And that's why we even talk about our legacies of colonialism, where we inherited the structures of colonial power, corruption, division, divide and rule, and our elites simply took them over and now are continuing to implement said structures. And that's why we see that states don't necessarily, you might look at it long term and say, is this country stupid? But they don't really change their behavior because of that, because the structures are there and the institutions are there.
So
I'm not divorcing it from, especially in this particular Iran, Israel, US conflict. I'm not divorcing it from personal objectives, and it's sometimes even in IR we kind of remove ourselves from the leaders' personality quirks and behaviors. Although it's actually a huge area of research, psychology of leadership.
Okay.
Why? Netanyahu the elections this year in Israel. Netanyahu is up for re-election.
Right.
It's very hard to remove a wartime president.
Why?
Because and that's why, for example, George Bush got a second term, even if he started a whole illegal war in Iraq, because it's seen as a strong leader. If we remove him, we lose the war. Netanyahu knows that as he's now attacking Iran. He knows if I am a wartime president, I have more likelihood of staying in power.
Okay.
Because he does have his critiques within Israel.
For sure.
People who want to get rid of him. You've seen the protests of how he handled the war in Gaza. So we cannot divorce behavior of states from personal objectives of their leaders.
And this is the psychology that his citizens will have, because at the end of the day, bwana, huyu jamaa akienda, we are done.
Yeah, because he's really helping. And remember also, looking at international relations and being a feminist myself, masculine values predominant. I don't mean necessarily men, but masculine values, meaning aggression. That kind of strength, military power. That's what dominates in the world. Not what are considered feminine values as cooperation, diplomacy.
So we're looking for these strong leaders, whether male or female. So as long as it's that masculine energy.
Are they strong or are they aggressive? Because you see,
strength in
yeah,
aggression.
because
she said, if I understand this right, that it is you're perceived to be strong if you have those particular characteristics, that aggression, masculine energy kind of thing.
Exactly. You're perceived, and you're not necessarily a strong leader, but that's your perception.
The reason why, if you're talking about geopolitics, China isn't loud, but they're really strong.
Yes, I agree.
But you know them, they don't need to project it, eh?
No.
You will actually see it.
Well, my point exactly. Japan isn't loud, but they're actually quite strong. Scandinavian countries economically are very strong, but they're not loud. They have no aggression.
Exactly. Because I don't know of a single Scandinavian country that is.
But they don't need to be. And that's the point. You see, China has, first of all, China is a factory of the world. They know what they have.
Yes.
And hence why there's no country in the world that wants China to democratize. Because the moment China democratizes, it breaks up. And that affects the rest of the world. Tibet will go. The Muslims in Xinjiang will go. No one wants China to be a democracy because the rest of the world cannot afford China to be a democracy. And they know that. They're the factory of the world. They hold so much US debt. They do not need to posture, although they do in certain terms. When you look at the China-Taiwan tensions, they do some strong posturing and, sending missiles ever so often in their ships.
Yeah.
And also in the South China Sea. Because now, when you look at the South China Sea, China really shows its
might.
Dominance and might.
That's their backyard.
Exactly. You see, China is not interested in being belligerent to the rest of the world. But in our sphere of influence in Asia, we must show ourselves as strong. And that's why I was saying Trump literally did miracles when he came in this second term, because China, Japan, and Korea were in discussions. Those three countries don't get along.
Yes.
Because of also the history, the Japanese history in World War II, and the atrocities they committed in both.
And even before World War II.
So you're having three enemies cooperating. I'm like, good on Trump. He's leading to alliances where we never thought alliances could be.
How is he achieving that?
Remember, this was because of the economic trade war. When he imposed tariffs, immediately those three countries were like, what are our alternatives here? Because... and remember, China immediately, which again, I didn't know, China buys majority of soy from America because they eat, a lot of soy in their diet.
Exactly.
What did China do? China was like, you think you're the only producer? Immediately goes to Argentina and Brazil. And those are the discussions that China, Korea, and Japan were having. How do we, as essentially the three powers in Asia, the three biggest economies in Asia, which they are, if we exclude India, at least on the India side, how do we cooperate to protect ourselves from this essentially American situation? Because technically, Trump, in 2027, America is going to have an election. If it does, Trump would go. But a lot of these things are long-term consequences.
Right.
And essentially, people are in the situation where we no longer trust America, regardless of what leader you have. Because there's been a narrative from Democrats, don't worry, Trump is not going to be there forever. But there are things that Trump has done that are going to have consequences for the next decades. Like, China is never going to go back to buying soy in America. That's a fact of life.
Really?
I highly doubt they'll ever go back to that.
Now that they have this alternative that is...
Because in fact, I was saying, honestly, if I was East Africa community, I'd be like, can you all start planting soy? Like, what does China need?
Let's provide an alternative market.
Yes, because China is also now buying a majority of its beef from Australia. And Australia are smiling all the way to the bank.
Yeah.
They're not going to go back to what they used to buy in America. Why would you? Especially given because now America has shown the world one leader can essentially remove all the norms we thought were standard. all the diplomatic relations we thought were standard, all the agreements we thought were standard. Will we ever risk that again? That's not the question in a lot of these
In fact,
countries
what is
now.
even more interesting is if you look at the circumstances that brought about the UN and the understanding we've had for all these decades that the war similar to the one that we refer to, let me be precise, the European war that we like referring to as the Second
World
War,
War II.
yes, as World War II, that such a situation will never rise again.
Yeah.
And yet Trump has come and bust that myth completely because you realize actually we can have a third world war here.
Although, what I'd say from my analysis, I doubt there would ever be such a bipolar war again. Remember World War I and World War II, there was a clear one side against the other
The
side.
Axis and the Allied.
Yes, and of course, as African countries, because we were under colonies, we were on the Allied.
We were
because
just
of our-
allied by default.
And our soldiers fought there. And in
Yes.
fact, it's good they fought there because they came back as freedom fighters.
Yes,
And
they
that's-
did.
yeah, and, it changed all the kind of perspectives of, these colonies are all... Because can you imagine the irony of fighting for other people's freedom, but you're not free?
Imagine that.
That was just the worst
Is
thing
that
ever.
not what also happened with the American War of Independence with the French soldiers?
Yes.
They went there and then they came and said, wait.
We also want to be free.
We have these people here. No. And so that War of Independence, America sparked that war
Yeah.
in that brought the revolution in France.
And that is why people like Cassius Clay, when he said, "I'm not going to fight someone else's war." That
No.
was most recently, of
He
course.
was actually precise. He even
Yeah.
said,
Yeah, even
you know,
Mahatma.
I'm not going to Vietnam.
I actually don't have
No.
a quarrel with those
Yeah.
people.
There's no Vietnamese that have done anything.
Actually, for him, he was like, "My enemy is right here."
Thank you.
He was talking about the police and other people who are oppressing
Exactly,
his
the
race.
white supremacists.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what I was saying is, what I see happening in the globe is a multipolar war. And I know, because every time there's a conflict, and it's going all the way back to 9/11, oh my God, 9/11 happened, World War III. Or George Bush went to Iraq, then
World
World
War
War
III.
III. Russia, Ukraine, World War III. Gaza, World War, everything is coming to World War III. But what I see in the world is essentially a multipolar war. What does that mean?
What does that mean? Yes.
Multipolar war is...
We shall have allied axis and something else.
No, actually, we will have essentially more regional conflicts that, yes, affect other countries, but stick to their regions. For example, we've all forgotten there's a civil war still going on in Myanmar. There's still a civil war going on there.
Yeah,
Last year, Thailand and Cambodia were throwing missiles at each other. Okay, they stopped.
Well, why don't we talk about Afghanistan and Pakistan for that matter? So
Exactly,
While
right
we're
now.
at it, yes.
So I see different wars in different regions that, yes, affect everyone, but don't move beyond that region. So now we have this one in the Middle East. We have the ones that are still happening in Asia. In Africa, we have the conflict in DRC, Sudan, other places. But I don't think at this point in time with globalization, we can have a very clearly demarcated us versus them war with two clear sides. And all countries aligned with
Prof,
those
let me
two
ask
clear
you this
sides.
question.
Yeah.
In the spirit of learning from others, this war in Sudan, I'm using this as an example,
Yeah.
Middle Eastern countries
Yes.
have had fingers pointed at them.
Yeah.
As-
UAE.
yes, UAE, Qatar. Okay? Meaning they also seem to have taken on the mantra of a sphere of influence that they want to be involved in. Okay? This war that we see in Ukraine, this issue with Pakistan and Afghanistan, this situation in Iran, the one which was before in Syria, are they not common threads somewhere?
There are common threads, and just as you said, we have seen in the last decade an increase in what we call proxy wars.
Yes.
Where UAE is not going to go directly with troops. They're going to covertly support a certain section of Sudan. Qatar is not going to go directly with troops.
No, they will not.
Similar to what's happening in Yemen. We actually know it's actually an Iran-Saudi Arabia war.
Yes.
It's just happening in Yemen with that support. While there are similar threads, there are differences in what is causing the war, what essentially are the objectives and what are the outcomes. And that's why I say, even if you can see so many wars erupting in the same area, they're all very different. Because Afghanistan, Pakistan kind of has nothing to do with Israel-Iran. That's what I mean by a multipolar war. You will have conflicts in regions, but it's very hard for it to erupt into what we'd consider a global world war.
Can I wade into the territory of conspiracy theory just a little bit?
No, hey.
Just a little bit.
Conspiracies also become truth.
Well, that's why they are conspiracy. Who benefits from conflict in the Middle East or in countries that are supported or are part of the Arab Alliance and people who have support in the Middle East? which country or which countries benefit when there's conflict within these particular regions?
Many countries, if you're looking at it from American perspective, and especially, the question was asked, why did America go to Iraq? Let's not even dial it back. But you have to, in America and also in Europe to a certain extent, the what we call military industrial complex is huge. You have to fund it. And the only way you fund that capitalistic military industrial complex is through war. So that's the only way you make money.
So there has to be a war.
So it's almost a capitalist war, because whoever benefits is whoever is selling, similar to Russia, Ukraine, whoever is selling the weapons, that's the person smiling all the way to the bank.
And then
follow the money.
And then there's the part 2 of the war,
Yeah.
reconstruction.
Exactly.
That also has money.
And that also has money.
Yes.
And you're seeing with, that board of peace and all reconstructing Gaza. Yes, these are all corporations. So essentially, it's the corporations that benefit from conflict.
So
whoever is making the weapons.
Yes.
And
Now let me mention the conspiracy theory I was alluding to. Now we'll mention it. There are schools of thought, if indeed they can be called schools of thought, who are of the view that there is a Jewish lobby.
There is.
Extremely strong, even has a name.
AIPAC.
Yes, exactly. And that their influence is beyond what most people can imagine.
Absolutely.
And they say it is this lobby that more or less tells America which direction to turn its head.
That's not a conspiracy theory. It is the truth.
Okay.
We know about the lobbying power of AIPAC, and in this particular Iran-Israel conflict, not only is AIPAC or Israel through AIPAC lobbying America, Saudi Arabia has been heavily lobbying America to attack Iran.
It goes further. I'm still calling it a conspiracy. You can validate it, which is good. You're the professor here. There are those who also say that the American president, whom they currently have, in many ways resembles our African president. He is not beyond and being susceptible to coercion.
Of course, manipulation.
Of the financial variety. Yes, it has been said. And this, I think, was given credence by a certain aeroplane of sorts that he was given as a gift.
Yeah, from Qatar.
Yes, if I'm not wrong.
34-something million.
Yes, a serious plane. Plane is good, isn't it?
It is.
Yes, exactly.
And we call it what it is, bribe. It wasn't a plane, it was a bribe.
Yes. So,
it's actually currently been remodeled exactly to now become Air Force One or Air Force 1A or 1B.
Okay. Why I mention this is there's all these moving parts within the conflicts that we have. And a conflict may begin like the Russia-Ukraine one, which, as they say, niyao tu ameanza, as we say in Kiswahili. But on the other hand, does it stop these other parties from now getting involved? Because Ukraine was the ammunition headquarters of the USSR. Okay?
Yes.
However, which also means that very many soldiers that the USSR boasted were Ukrainian.
Yes.
Okay? So now, some of that complex was dismantled somewhat.
Yes, with the fall of the Soviet.
Yes, it was dismantled. However, the complex that we speak of in Europe and America love a war because they now have a market for their products.
Absolutely.
So they get involved. And they are involved. The thread I was speaking of comes with the question, the ultimate beneficiary of all this. Who is the ultimate beneficiary?
That's a good question. I don't think there's one singular ultimate beneficiary, but just as you've said, and yes, this has been touched on in Russia, Ukraine, and other wars, the true beneficiaries are the weapons manufacturers, the corporate organizations, at the end of the day. And there's been a lot, there are narratives that are floating around that essentially there are entities that do not necessarily want peace between Russia and Ukraine because they are completely benefiting from that conflict.
Yes.
Now, obviously, Russia had its own objectives, Empire 2.0 or Soviet Union 2.0 in attacking Ukraine. And remember, Ukraine was not the first. They started in Georgia.
Yes, they
annexed Crimea. They've been doing it slowly, obviously gauging the Western response.
They've been clawing back.
Exactly.
Yes.
And they honestly did not expect, first of all, Ukraine to be such a strong country. And also, because remember, soldiers went with their official uniform. They didn't have armor. The soldiers were like, in 2 days we'll be in Kyiv, in the capital. Shock 4 years later. Here we are. So obviously the different parties to the war have their own objectives. But I will still reiterate, if you're looking at the actual benefits in terms of economic benefits, it's the corporations.
It is, but Let me throw in some more conspiracy. Today is a day for conspiracies. A country that has seen itself and proclaimed itself to be the strongest nation on the planet, biggest economy on the planet, everything on the planet, big, 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 extra big.
Yes.
China comes along. And we talk of trade. Let's start with Venezuela. There's a conspiracy thought process that says the Venezuelan oil was a problem not because it was in Venezuela, but because the Chinese were buying it.
Yes, that's a conspiracy.
There's another conspiracy thought that claims that the Iranian oil is at the heart of it because China buys a great deal
And Russia.
of Iranian oil.
Yes.
So now, if we take this competition beyond these small tin pot countries of the Middle East and Africa and take it to the larger global scale, the greatest enemy that the US actually has is China, if you're talking about global competition.
True.
And what countries that understand how to play this game do is, apart from just growing theirs and positioning it, they'll do everything within their means to diminish.
And that's been a constant threat. Because if you go back to the Cold War, it was Russia versus the US.
Yes.
And of course, again, what happened is anything that was promoting the US or any support, or rather promoting Russia or the US, America would get involved, including in Africa. Remember, technically we were non-aligned officially. We're in the non-aligned movement, but unofficially. Everyone divided themselves.
Yes,
And
we did.
and of course we were smart about it because we played one of the other.
Yes, we did.
Because yes, those are the two great enemies. And you can see something similar. I don't disagree with you. Because yes, Iran sells its oil to Russia and China, which are current enemies, so to speak, of America, regardless of Putin having a direct line to Trump.
Yes.
And you're doing negotiations and Trump calls you and says, no, don't agree to that. Yes, and Venezuela not only supplies Cuba, first of all, but yes, also supplied China. And what's interesting, and to go into a conspiracy theory, oil has been at the center of a lot of American violent conflicts
Yes.
in the last 30 years.
Yes.
Oil.
Yes.
Because that was what Iraq was for. Same to Venezuela. Now we don't even know who's selling that Venezuelan oil.
Well, Chevron were given a big ticket to go into that country and do whatever it is that, yes.
But that said, because I was reading an article, the problem with Venezuela is, remember, before Venezuela had a lot of before the socialist revolution in Venezuela, a lot of American companies, Enron, etc., were extracting oil from Venezuela. But what happened? A nationalist socialist revolution. All those companies lost resources, lost everything, because everything was taken over by the Venezuelan government. So even when Trump went in and now, of course, kidnapped Maduro, etc., American companies were very hesitant to go back because they're like, okay, we'll go back, but maybe in 5 years, we'll now invest resources that will be lost in another 5 years. So it's actually not working out for Trump, because a lot of oil companies, he was telling them, okay, Venezuela is open for business. They were like, once bitten, twice shy.
Yeah.
We lost resources in Venezuela before.
So
we
that
don't want to
means,
do that again.
if a Democrat takes over power, things might actually change in Venezuela again.
Not necessarily.
Yeah.
Not necessarily. Remember, big industry has a huge say. You could actually argue they run the country. You see, what was the problem with Mossadegh in Iran? He was nationalizing oil.
Exactly. He was anti-big industry.
Yes, he was nationalizing it. What did Gaddafi do? He nationalized oil. It's the Brits who are doing it, but those are cousins. In fact, the Americans are essentially Europeans. So, okay, so they couldn't allow for that, could they? Saudi, who understood how to play the game, have played it well. The real geniuses are the Emiratis. They knew this thing is finite. So beyond oil, there's something else.
We need to find other resources.
We need to do something else, and we need to go about this thing. But you're right. Oil has been at the center because oil moves industry.
Yeah.
Oil moves the world.
Yes, it does.
Recently, I think it was the president of the European Union, sometime towards the end of last year, he said, now, we need to get ready for a war with Russia. Are we going to see that?
Honestly, given the last 4 years, in terms of we are seeing greater support in terms of weapons. Because remember, before, certain American weapons could not be sent to Ukraine until America gave permission. Because then you're touching on it's less of a proxy and more of a direct war. And no one wants a direct war with Russia.
Yeah.
So no, will we see European troops on the ground in Ukraine? No. For me, that's a simple answer.
Right.
If it's not happened now, it's not going to happen because no one in Europe wants to trigger an all-out war with Russia.
Yeah.
Meaning, for real, forget Russia, Ukraine, Russia, the rest of the EU. And that's why when some missiles have, mistaken and fallen, like in Poland. Remember that day when a missile fell in Poland and everyone literally was,
yeah,
like, how is this going to trigger Article 5 of the NATO agreement? Which means we all now attack Russia. And immediately Russia was like, first of all, they were denying that was their missile. They were like, that was an interceptor missile from Ukraine.
I mean, if I were Russia, I would do the same.
Because even Russia itself does not want to trigger Article 5 of NATO.
Yeah.
Because they know they're in a weak position. Because remember, the narrative of Russian power was very different 4 years ago. We thought Russia was this huge military power. Ukraine would be crushed. Again, 4 years later.
Now we know.
Yes, Ukraine has had support.
Yeah.
But we have seen the Russian military using obsolete tanks, obsolete equipment. Their troops are just being killed. They're literally getting troops from not only Africa, North Korea, China, everywhere. So do I see, unless something significant happens, like Russia either uses a strategic nuclear weapon or invades other countries close to Ukraine, non-NATO countries,
of course,
like Moldova, I don't see the European Union getting
involved
over and above the weapons and like a training support, because of course they're training Ukrainian troops and everything. And that's a problem because, even Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, has been saying, you're not giving us the full support we need. This is just extending the war. Zelensky would love for NATO to get fully involved because that would end the war sooner.
Yeah.
But again, NATO does not want a situation where the whole of the EU is at war with Russia. No one wants that.
Do you know how much?
Because nuclear weapons.
Yes.
Putin can still decide to go crazy and
Yeah.
press the red button.
Right. And say, you know what? The world be damned.
And that's actually a confirmation that Iran does not have nuclear weapons. There is no way Israel and America would have attacked Iran. Do you see America saying anything against North Korea? Or saying we'll attack North Korea?
Because those
They
guys
have nukes.
Actually,
they do.
Someone was saying online, they put a picture of Khamenei and then they put one of the leader of North Korea. And
Yeah,
they were
Kim
like,
Jong, yeah.
"Mbona mnasumbua jamaa, si msumbue huyu."
But hey, they can, because they know Kim Jong-un is crazy enough
Yes.
to launch.
But
So
what
no one does anything against him.
What I find strange, Prof, is this. Who appointed these prefects? Who can tell us who should have? I mean, who? These self-appointed fellows, you can have a nuke. No, you can have a nuke. Israel, no, it's okay. You by all means have a nuke. Iran, no, you can't have a nuke.
They're just like tribal kingpins. No one really appoints them. They are appointed by Juogi. Prof, we have about 3 minutes.
Yeah.
India has also increased its defense budget by about 16% in the last financial year. Of course, they're saying this is about modernizing their military, increasing their industrial capabilities, and so on and so forth. But is it just that, or is India also, because they've been placing themselves even in terms of tech strategically, they have increased their output as far as those particular industries are concerned. Should the world start also focusing on what India is doing with its military?
I'm not surprised because remember, India still has tensions with Pakistan in Kashmir. And those are continuing tensions. There's a reason both those countries have nuclear weapons.
Yeah.
So to prevent either of them getting into a full-out conflict. India has also tensions with China. You saw last year along the Chinese border. Because there's a disputed territory between India and China.
Yes.
Now, I'm not surprised if we see a global, essentially, arms race.
Wow.
Because, which is not surprising. It happened in the Cold War. Of course, it was mainly, USSR, USA.
Yes.
But do not be surprised because no country wants to be left, especially with the current US administration, left holding the bag of what can the US potentially do. But with India, I think it might be true that they're modernizing, but also they still have very specific tensions, both within the country and also with other particular states.
But there's also a narrative that causes worries in certain sectors. It's called Hindu nationalism.
And that's what I was saying. Within the country, there are a lot of tensions because of Hindu nationalism and essentially Islamophobia.
Yes, it is.
Growing Islamophobia in India.
There and the reading by some people that it is an expansionist policy that hasn't fully come out.
Yeah.
And they even said there are groupings, for instance, within America, Hindus, Indians, who supported Trump because their thinking is aligned to them. But now those who now want to lean towards what we've been talking about, conspiracy theory, is they say that they learned well from the Nazis when it came to expansion. But you see, this is the problem. Every group that has had these expansionist tendencies and has done so by focusing on certain groups, okay? They all seem to have the one thing in common. They all preach to their adherents that they're better than these other people. They are superior. And so everything that they do is warranted and is justifiable because they are better. Yes. That is what do you think Trump is preaching?
Yeah, and we're seeing this as the rise of fascism and nationalism, especially negative nationalism across the world. You see it in Europe. Italy has essentially a very conservative leader. We're seeing it as a wave, maybe starting from America. And remember, Nazi ideology and fascism did not start in Nazi Germany.
No, it did not.
It started in America.
Yes, it did. Yes, it
They
did.
went and learned about segregation, eugenics from America and just implemented
They
in Germany.
did. Those were their teachers. It is true.
Exactly. So now we are seeing a resurgence of that globally. And that's including, issues like Hindu nationalism. Because in any time of tension or conflict, you always think about the other. It's us versus them. And the other is always someone who's different from you, either race, ethnicity, religion. And we're seeing that wave across the world. And unfortunately, we might actually see it in Africa as well. I mean, ethnicity has been a constant, or negative, political tribalism is a constant problem in Kenya.
Yeah.
How might we see it manifesting with the kind of this global idea of, because of globalization, it's contracting. There's a contract on anti-globalization. Everyone wants to look out for their own little sphere of influence. And that's a problem.
It is strange. In the 21st century, we've gone genuinely and wholly global. And then people want to regress.
Exactly.
And go back to something which time has proven conclusively doesn't actually quite work.
But it's actually almost natural, because look at globalization like a balloon. You can only expand a balloon so far. And then it has to either burst, and bursting means like World War III, or it has to contract. So it's almost normal or natural to see that happening.
Prof, thank you so much for your time. This has been very informative, especially for me. I've started understanding the world from a different perspective, including global politics. Perhaps next we shall get a little bit deeper into our own African problems. Kama hizi shida tunaona hapa za kina M23. Something we definitely...
Prof, when can you come back?
Anytime, anytime. Invite me anytime.
Someone is asking, where is this? This is Nur. Amesema very informative. Just for curiosity, please ask her if she lived in Londiani.
No. Okay. I'm very familiar to people. I have a familiar face.
I told you, I posted your photo somewhere, and then someone said, you're hosting the CJ tomorrow. Martha come. I was like, no. I almost thought we put the wrong photo and the wrong name together. But
no. But I've never been in London.
Yes. Sawa basi. This is where we come to an end, folks. Tomorrow is still another day to make merry.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Presidential hopeful Boniface Mwangi has unveiled plans for a new Kenya with free education, healthcare and clean water. If elected, the human rights activist says he will reform business cost and government spending. He also plans to tackle corruption with radical measures, including giving whistleblowers a share of recovered money or property.
We need to change the law. We need to public hanging of economic thieves. People who have stolen money for SHA, money for education, money for roads. The people who